Yo, 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 yo. What up? I'm really excited for this. The new PoE1 League. Hopefully it's gonna be really good. Now, I saw that the stream was like 3 hours and 40 minutes. I was like, holy shit. We got a full day's worth of React almost. But nah, the first fucking hour is just starting soon. Maybe I should take notes. Maybe my starting soon should be an hour. No, I wish my streams had the same hype as a PoE1 announcement. Now that would be something. So yeah, let's get started. I'm assuming there's patch notes afterwards as well. So today is just gonna be Keepers of the Flame. I think we're gonna watch this, and then we're gonna dive into the patch notes. And if we finish, we finish. If we don't, we take it up on Monday maybe. We'll see. But today's gonna be all PoE, so I'm excited. Let's see what they have to say. See if we can learn something out of the music. They make new music for it? I don't think I've heard this before. Oh, I love those little... Yo, Concho, welcome, welcome. Let's see what we got. 3, 2... Oh, just one? Okay.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
Yo,
and
Jonathan.
welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame.
Ooh.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer.
Oh, is that monks? That's
His
monks from PoE2.
instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
Chayula.
But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
Okay. Okay.
We must close their breaches, destroy
Oh, wow.
their hives, slay their breach lords.
Oh! That looks cool. Ooh!
And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides.
Whoa.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it.
Seshed?
Whatever it takes.
Oh, that's not seshed. Dude, PoE monster design is really good. Wait, what was that?
On Rayclast.
Oh shit.
And they seek the Dreamer provides.
You get a new Atlas tree, that's really cool.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it.
That looks like Zesh.
Whatever it takes.
Arena from PoE2, but I guess it isn't. Keepers of the Flame. The Genesis tree. And then grab. Oh, so you get like little extra spells or whatever? New skills and support. Let's go. Interesting. I'm gonna try and play something new. Bloodline classes. Oh wow. 3 new Uber bosses. Those are ones from last season. New trade system. Yeah, let's go. Asynchronous trade going in, coming in hot. Bro, I'm fucking exciting. That looks cool. So you're gonna get like... I saw on one of the quality of life videos that they had these little... They had 2 boxes on your character. Like 2 extra little boxes that was kind of like onto your character. And that's those 2 arms, I guess. So you get like... It seems like you put like skills in there. Or like maybe they modify your skills or something. Because what was shown there was like... I think it was volcanic... eruption thingy. I'm not sure what I don't think it's not Fissure. Is it Fissure? No, I played Volcanic Fissure last. That's not it. Like you can spawn like a little thing that just goes. Brrr. I don't know what it's called, but it spawned a bunch of them. Oh, was that? Is it a?
As you can see, this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the league mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character.
That is exciting.
After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes. Then we'll cover the much anticipated...
Bro, Bloodline Ascension, that's the fucking Val guy. That is the Trial Master, and that's the Ritual guy. What the fuck is up? Dude, I'm excited. New skills, new ascendancies is gonna be insane. So there's a new league boss, obviously, because that's just the thing, right? Fuck, this seems good. Oh, I'm excited. I'm really excited.
A synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty.
Oh shit.
Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch.
Sorry.
And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Hi, Mark.
game director on Path of Exile.
Dude, he's
Breach is a beloved league
so good at
that has
that.
had an iconic history in PoE.
Yeah, Breach is cool.
We intend to honor that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame.
Please don't change it too much.
This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover. Richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters.
Nice.
The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclast.
Oh.
Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame.
Okay.
This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords.
They're the monks.
The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn,
Ah.
breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with breach monsters. They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong. Time to purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so.
Okay.
Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame.
Ooh.
In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions.
That looks cool.
And touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in.
That's the Breach we know and love.
If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach.
Oh.
This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter.
That's cool. And
We've
that's ahead
taken
of
all
room.
the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can.
That's fucking cool.
However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally, in endgame areas, you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long. and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with Breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame.
Oh, that's cool.
In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach
that
Lords
was
themselves.
cool, it that was
They
Ash.
will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest.
Oh, cool.
Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance.
Oh, shit.
Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right. It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one.
Okay.
As you complete Breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis Tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories.
Oh.
These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items.
Oh.
With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis Tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters.
Ugh.
These fuse directly to your body
Ugh.
in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach.
Okay.
Some provide passive benefits like
Add lightning
this,
damage, wreathed in
or
light.
this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control.
So it's basically an extra item, or 2 items even I saw, that you get. But it can do more than just items. That's fucking cool.
For example, the
Return to
battering
dust.
Allgraft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they
I
hit.
didn't see that. I was fucking reading. I saw text and I went, read. And then there's massive arms coming out of the ground. Return to dusk. Periodically target rare unique enemies in rain, calling forth massive hands. Wow, okay. Big dam. Big numbers. 4 hands. Stun. Okay.
For example, the battering Allgraft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth,
wow.
stunning all those they hit.
Okay.
For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the
Dance in white. When commanded... Okay, so it's a skill you press. This graph will call forth a devastating tornado, which rapidly deals cold damage to enemies within it. When you critical strike with an attack with a tornado's active, it will fire off a nova of icicle projectiles. That's fucking cool.
Squalling Toolgraft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White,
What's the cooldown?
creating a
24
deadly
seconds?
ice tornado,
That's long.
which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills.
Maybe you can... I mean, it is
For some
PoE.
further utility,
Like, maybe you can make it last for 24 seconds. This will call down a ring of lightning bolts. Cool. And that's about it. Okay. 15-second cooldown.
and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ishgraft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky
that'd look cool.
that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground.
Okay.
Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky.
Oh, shit.
If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the erupting
His burning message. When commanded, it'll cause a cataclysmic erupt that leaves multiple geysers of flame. Oh, right. These will regularly fire off fiery mortars, firing more... Wait, let me see. Okay. Triggering war cries will not cause these bursts. Okay.
Softgraft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you warcry. There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline. So
Jeez.
feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content.
That is a nasty
Now,
armor set, by the way.
grafts aren't just here to make you stronger. They are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree,
Oh.
which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect.
Nice.
When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work.
Oh.
This section of the Genesis tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display. Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts,
Wow.
or the
okay.
chance to birth additional grafts.
Oh.
These passives can target specific types of grafts,
Ooh.
and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts.
Oh, okay.
This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross, but working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair.
This seems...
Grafts themselves are born of a different world.
So how many... I'm assuming you can't just get it all, right? Like, there's a bunch of points, I'm assuming, but it seems like there was an item that you put in there. So you need to somehow get the item. I guess it's a drop. So there's no real reason why you should be limited between them. Can you just take everything? And you won't, because they work against, like, this one maybe works against this and this, right? Like, or something. Or can you only... that's interesting. This looks super cool. It looks super difficult as well.
So are unmodifiable by most currencies.
Oh, okay, so they're not
However,
just items.
With this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs.
Oh?
These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting. Allocating this passive can result in foul-born currencies. This foul-born exalted orb, for instance, behaves as a normal exalted orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal exalted orb would
it's
be
from
able to
PvP.
hit.
Nice. Those are going to be
The
valuable.
largest section of the Genesis tree is used to grow rare equipment items.
Okay.
For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers,
What?
and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items.
Oh.
Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques
Oh.
or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects.
What?
This passive can result in birthed uniques becoming foul-born,
Oh, shit.
which
New
mutates
uniques.
one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one,
What?
resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this foul-born quill rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect.
Okay.
Another foul-born quill rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks. Here are some other examples.
So, I wonder if these are handcrafted or if just full-on Wild West RNG. I think that's going to be something for the Q&A. We have to keep watch for, because if they're handcrafted, I think this is really cool. If they're full-on RNGs, just take the wheel. Oh, I don't know about that.
This passive even gives a rare chance for Foulborn uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated.
Oh, okay, so they're full
I'm
on
sure
RNG
you'll come up with
probably.
some extremely powerful uses for these.
Oh, they're probably
We'll
full
leave
on
it up
RNG.
to you to discover what this mysterious part.
Or they might not be full on RNG. It might be that each different modifier has if it's Foulborn, it's this. So let's say your item has 5 modifiers, and then each 5 modifiers has their own like Foulborn variant. And then it's just which one that rolls. That's like somewhere in between the full RNGs to take the wheel. It is PoE though, so I'm
Part of the
kind of
Genesis tree can
expecting
grow. So,
full on RNGs. I didn't hear what you said here.
and on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks.
This is cool.
Here are some other examples.
I don't know what Soft Blood Amber Amulet does
This
actually.
passive
So.
even gives a rare chance for Foulborn uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these. We'll
is
leave
cool.
it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow.
Oh,
So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with
Cool
all
shit.
our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set,
that's pretty cool.
allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer. Now, graph skills won't be the
We'll probably
only
try
new
for that
tools to
one as
play
well.
with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems.
That's exciting.
Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand
Ooh.
attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force.
That sounds like a PC destroyer.
Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic
Ooh.
power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically.
What?
Drop one behind a boss, and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one.
That's cool as
Conflagration
fuck.
is a new bow attack, which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites.
Oh wow.
These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction.
Ooh.
Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm
Ooh.
of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions.
That's cool.
Attacking with kinetic fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger
Oh,
for
wow.
a few moments above you, before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating.
Do.
Living lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin.
Those are cool.
Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which
Ooh.
ricochet around wildly and quickly.
Ooh.
These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly.
That's cool.
Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 327, exiles
Okay.
will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat.
Oh.
These take the form of new Ascendancy class options, called Bloodlines.
That's cool.
Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses.
That's cool.
They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original ascendancy and how many into your bloodline class. This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any bloodline with any base ascendancy class that you see fit. To unlock your bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire and defeat them, or have a friend help and claim the power for your own.
Fucking hell, okay.
There are 10 bloodline classes to discover. Bosses who offer this power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage with that league content.
That's fucking cool.
Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Vow skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more powerful.
Oh shit.
Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped.
Oh shit.
The Ashabi bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The Wild Bear rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage.
Cool.
The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur.
Oh shit.
The Nameless bloodline comes from the King
Wait, what is
challenge.
the
Guessed it, defeating Ashabi.
I want to see what elusive
Her abilities
is
are
again.
drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits.
Because I said like they made a new ascendancy for the, was it the trick? No. Was it the assassin? The assassin, right? Got
Yeah,
a new,
rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage.
and you gain,
The Vivid
I think you gain crit, or you gain elusive when you crit. 15% chance to avoid all damage. 15% chance to avoid all damage from hits, and 30% increased movement speed. Jesus. Oh, if you already have an elusive buff, you cannot gain. And they just say 50% chance to be removed from you at 50% effect, then reapplied. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's really cool.
Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur.
That's cool.
The Nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost.
Oh?
With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a 3rd ring. But you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet,
Oh.
no belt,
Oh.
or no flasks.
Oh.
Unlight Silhouette adds a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system.
That's fucking
You
cool.
could be a Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with.
That's fucking cool.
In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature,
Asynchronous
fully
trade.
asynchronous trade. It was a fantastic success, so now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1.
That's insane.
When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch.
It's gonna be so good.
Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online.
That's so good.
To list an item, simply place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
I'll let you know.
Once listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut. To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted.
Cool.
Anything you've managed to sell successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure.
Let's go.
To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights.
Let's go.
These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly. These fights offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses.
Okay.
Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these.
Yeah, makes sense.
Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions.
Oh, we're gonna get a little...
In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly keep these statues active. But then, you have to deal with their assault of attacks. While fighting the incarnation of Fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear.
Yeah.
When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned and interrupting its mechanic. In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Neglect. And to get the red rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Fear.
Dude, that's...
Good luck.
Wow!
Given the
Fucking
difficulty
hell.
of these bosses, their rewards should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some. From the Uber incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your...
Wait, preemptive one? Armor evasion, reflect, retaliation skill deals more damage. They become usable every 4 seconds? Oh shit. Bro, this is dope. Holy shit. Dude, those boss fights look fucking wild. I'm kind of thinking this time around, I think we're going to try and go a bit meta, and I think we're going to try and pick some sort of starter build from someone that's easy to get going, and we just blast in and we get to make a bunch of currency so that I can make my own shitty character, like as a second character, and fight these things when I'm not ready, and I'll actually get a fight out of it. Try to make something fairly tanky so I can survive their bullshit, but it'll take a while so I can actually fight them. And I don't have to be like, it's a lot of currency and I don't have that much. So I can just go with asynchronous trade as well, the whole trading thing is not annoying. Because these fights look cool.
Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment.
Okay.
A poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus.
Oh, wow.
And from the uber incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions. Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go.
That's kind of cool for minion guys.
We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well.
Oh yeah, I've seen
many
some
of which
them.
you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level.
That makes sense.
Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level.
That's
so you can
OP.
start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work.
That's cool though.
Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Kerak to do so. For players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree.
That's nice.
Which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well.
That's nice.
Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary.
That's nice.
From late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town.
Oh, nice.
And from Helena in your hideout.
Nice.
This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom at all.
Oh, we need to move Helena then.
While using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb.
Oh shit,
if one is available. Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests.
Oh, nice.
Rogue's disenchanting services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are.
That's nice.
Holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is.
Oh, okay.
If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding Shift.
Let's go.
Val Orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that Remnants of Corruption have.
Okay. Why?
When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click this button to level them
I've been
all
asking
up
for
at
that
once.
since I started playing.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
Okay.
Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs. The Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Okay.
Manifest a Champion's Ferocity, as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena.
That's cool.
Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set.
Yeah, I don't like that too much.
The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena. Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
The Champion's Podium map device rises up to honor the glory you've achieved as you activate it.
Oh, that's cool.
Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal.
That's cool.
The burden-back billy goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire. The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
The portal's kind of cool.
Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating distance between you and your customers. Note that until 327 is released, this Back Alley Trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new Managed Shop option to also facilitate your trades.
What?
The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast.
Okay.
Control Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the ancient power now lost to time.
That looks kind of cool.
There's also a matching back attachment included.
Does it do anything?
Remnants of the forest ripple out from within you with the Verdant Magus level up effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the Arcane Golem portal.
That's kind of dope. I will admit,
As
that
a
one's
Supreme
cool.
Verdant Magus, you can travel to your Arcane Isle hideout.
Oh, shit.
A cluster of islands held together by ancient magic passed down between elite mages.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Stand atop your tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so during Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame.
That's kind of cool.
Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Crypt Keeper and Frisian Magistrate packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Keepers of the Flame League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Oh, shit.
Afterwards,
Okay.
we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame at 11 AM New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
Okay.
We're looking forward to holding off the Breachlord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of bloodline-empowered builds, and filling out our trees tree. We hope you all join us.
Our trees tree. Our trees tree. Let's fucking go. What time is it? I think I'm gonna get food started, but because it's gonna take
G'day,
a while.
Exiles, and
So
welcome to
You'll
the
be-
post-reveal discussion and Q&A with Jonathan and Mark, lead guys who make games, I believe was what we discussed as the titles.
Yeah,
That's the
official title. Yeah.
Excellent. I like it. It's good. We're talking about how to inflate their titles in the lead up to this. 327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day for PoE1 fans, as I think it marks a return to schedule for us. You announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the games, two twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard, I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention, to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure that is something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would, like, I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back. And I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here this
Right,
time, this
right.
visit for me. Like, and things seemed a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there is like looking for as a for a production job. It's something that we're really concentrating on, making sure that because when you've got a schedule like this and it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful because like I would say one of the hardest things that we didn't expect trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. That's been real hard to adapt to, but yeah, I mean honestly we have to do it.
Because PoE 2's 030 kind of we missed it by a week or two as well. Like, normally that's okay. Yeah, you slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden you got a bit 2 week more overlap with 327. And it certainly has less room for error. But again, that's why more production staff should help, and we are just going to get better at it. But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take. One was you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal. But we'll get better at 100%. So we'll work out the kinks. But it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exiles. So
I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4.
I think they're being a bit hard on themselves, like missing a deadline like this by 2 weeks. That's okay, right? Like, if the community fucking loses their shit over 2 weeks, I mean, fuck off. Like, calm down. I understand the whole, like, whenever it's a year or something, yeah, you can get fucking angry. But, like, a couple of weeks? Come on. I think it's pretty good. And it looks, the league looks super good. The last 2 PoE 1 leagues has been amazing. Oh, sorry, the last 2. The last one was really fucking good, and this one looks really fucking cool. They've been really cooking. So I'm excited.
Releases a year that was crazy, so 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening, so fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that, like, occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it. Like,
we said we'd stick to the time and adapt the content around the time. Like, consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when you have that for a while, it kind of helps everyone get an idea of like scoping a lot better. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I would say personally that, like, so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger there. Yeah. But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's like new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and yeah, people are liking it. So it's
I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, like some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have more kind of X factor out there gameplay. With the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it something good for everyone, but. But Breach had that just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel
Breach,
here. We talk about not reinventing.
Breach is super inoffensive, right? Like, fundamentally, if you don't like Breach, you probably don't really like Path of Exile, right? Like, it is just, many monsters, blast, right? Like, at least in PoE 1. In PoE 2, it might be a bit different because the game is a little bit slower. You get surrounded, you get murdered. In PoE 1, you're building to clear screens. And adding more things to clear on the screen is a good thing. So Breach is, again, just a free W in my book. There's obviously going to be somebody who dislike it. If I were to criticize something, the timer aspect, right? Like, I'm not all too keen on that, but there's ways to manipulate that. I fucking love Breach. It was I think it was the one I did the most last season. It's really fun.
The killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel, is we're like, we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it.
Right.
So we really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date, I think it was.
Don't
I
say
think it was
that.
December 9 years ago, so we're almost there. Yeah, just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
And I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
You know, it was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel, which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwool, just to, which is obviously a good one.
So dumb.
But
Important.
we've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned. Including with all the lessons learned from PoE2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays if we were to do a league, it generally comes with some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was a success.
Yeah, Breach is good.
You'll find that it might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's a little bit more like crazy with respect to combat, but we'll see.
I'm definitely eager to dive into like basically all of the things you mentioned there. But out of interest, what's like a league mechanic or a expansion that you either would or wouldn't want to sequel at some point? Like, what would be a bad example? Is maybe interesting.
Well, I think the one that you said there with the tower defense stuff, it's just like, that would be very divisive, right? Immediately, if we said doing a sequel and PoE wanted that, there'd be immediately a bunch of people would be like, yeah,
I like Black.
I know, but a lot of people don't,
you'll
right?
get both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people
Exactly,
wanting
right?
it, and then you'll get the most people that hate it on the other side.
So-
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. That seems like a weird take, right? Like, if you don't like Blight, I could understand saying, well, I don't like Blight, don't want another Blight League. But the whole point of the sequel is to take the things that are weak about Blight and shoring them up, improving them, making them better, right? So, and what, like, obviously it depends on how this one pans out, right? If they kind of ruin Breach, then yeah, you don't want it if you like Blight, but if you like Blight, it seems like they're just gonna try and make it better, right? Like, it would be something like like how hard it is to actually pick the fucking towers when things are going on, right? Like, some sort of like, oh, if you can do it from like away from the monsters or whatever, like from a little hub at the thing, or maybe you can open up the thing and you get a little map and you can see where the monsters are, you can see the pathing, you can see where you can build towers, and then you could press there to build towers, or some sort of pausing feature or something, right? Like, so if you like Blight, and they do this right, obviously, but like they said, they're gonna keep the monsters, and it seems like they just kind of updated the visuals, and Breach is gonna be the same, and now there's an added thing onto it, right? That was kind of the gameplay they showed. If you kill enough monsters, you spawn the big guy and you kill the big guy, and then it closes again. If they do that to Blight, if you like it, likelihood is you'll like it more. If you don't like it, well, there's a decent chance that they took a bunch of the things you disliked and made it better, so that now you have another mechanic you like. It seems a little weird if you're like, I don't like Blight, so I don't want them to improve it. Like, if you don't like it, shouldn't you want them to improve it? Maybe I'm being silly, but
being said, like, it isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
Right.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league, and there's and obviously doing a narrative sequel where you kind of step away from some of it, and so really here it's like, yes, Blight, there's so many leagues, right? Insert all of them will get attention. Sometimes they'll just be quality of life, similar to what we've done with Heist this time round, because honestly that probably deserves more. And then other times it'll just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. Though we're definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff and different new things.
I like the revisits. I wonder.
I think they could easily make like some sort of cadence, right? Like, they already have the whole, like, I think I know a couple of PoE 1 veterans who can predict what the next league is going to be, because it's something like, or maybe they've gone back on it, because it seems like for this league you get a power system, you get a map thing, and you get a crafting system. And I think they had for a while where it's like, oh, this season is power, next season is then crafting, season after that is a map mechanic, season after that is something else or a return, right? Like, so they actually knew, based on that, with like pretty decent certainty, what was going to happen. But with last league, what did we get? We got new bosses. Oh, right, there was a boss league as well, right? Like, so we got new bosses. We also got new juicing, new map things, new things and maps, with the rose petal thingies and the different modifiers and all of that. What did we get in terms of power? I don't think we got any, did we? Like, other than new items and new stuff, we didn't get any there, right? But we got crafting. We got some new crafting orbs with the thingies on the things that make better things, and you can use to upgrade things and stuff, right? The little quality thingy, not quality, like the memory strands. Did we get any power? I don't think we got any power. So maybe they've kind of started to... but they absolutely could do just like, one league, new, next league, new, then we get a revisit, then we get a new, right? Like, as long as they keep the cadence to more new, I think that people will still get... Even if there's a schedule to it, maybe even every other, but it's one of those things as well where if you just do it to do it, at some point it just becomes Like, I think most of the PoE 1 things are pretty good. They don't need a complete overhaul. Breach didn't need an overhaul either, did it? But they had cool ideas, I guess. I think it's fucking cool. I don't mind the revisits.
Definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like, I feel like Harbinger, for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe on
Harbinger could use
the
it.
surface.
Part of what allows us to do the sequel here, by the way, and from a more production point of view, is that because we did the Twisted Domain and the new Breach monsters in PoE 2. We got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from PoE 2. We made full from scratch boss fights for this version for Keepers of the Flame. Cool. But for the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to.
That's cool.
So like, there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we.
I think the parity between PoE 1 and PoE 2 is going to really benefit people. it is also going to mean that probably it's not going to feel as new. Like the games are going to become very similar in certain ways. Which, I mean, let's be honest, right? PoE 2 is going to overtake PoE 1 eventually, at some point. At some point, PoE 1 is going to be phased out. It's going to be done. Because PoE 2 is going to just be better. And there's going to be like 95% of people is going to think PoE 2 is better. Now, they might not think PoE 2 is better than PoE 1 was, but it's absolutely going to overtake it eventually. But then they made Breach in PoE 2. They also made Ritual. They also made Expedition. They also made Abyss. So, I mean, it would be right fucking down the alley that Abyss in PoE 1 gets reworked, because I think the PoE 2 Abyss is actually really well received right now. I liked it, at least. So they are likely going to rework Abyss as well then. But probably not the next thing, because then they're going to be like, oh, you're not making anything new. Oh, they're just reusing PoE 2 for PoE 1. No. Right? But I mean, maybe in like 3 expansions or something. Or 2. That could be cool. What's the last mechanic in PoE 2? Expedition, Breach, Ritual, Abyss. Isn't there another one? Is there not another one?
Might, you know, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. You know, we might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, you know, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible, because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yet in PoE 2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that, and also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was a huge other win we got to do here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in PoE 1, you know, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so there's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to. Given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into, you know, you'd find back then, I mean, you know, we're not far from Onslaught League back then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything, you know, like we've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to, you know, come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach. Obviously, there's uniques and flavor texts historically, but yeah, we got to establish a little bit more, add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, yeah, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing PoE 2 see. Now, that being said, if you just play PoE 2, you don't need to know all of this. If you just play PoE 1, good on you. You now know it all. You know, it's all entirely optional information to know, but yeah, you kind of have this. I mean, worth noting, you know, on the kind of Chiola arc, you know, yeah, there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on. Still to be determined, at least for the players.
I've got a cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
You know, like he was a baddie here. You're an acolyte of Chiola over there.
Yeah.
What goes on in between?
Even,
but
I was reading the flavor text of the acolyte of Chiola this morning, and I'm like, even that doesn't really like kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
But like the monastery of the Keepers of the Flame is actually where the monk trained and from PoE 2 grew up and all of that stuff, so kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So because look, they're both set in raid.
I hope. Oh wait, it's 25 years. Maybe not then, because like, how old is the monk? Is he 25? Because it would be kind of cool if you could find the player character from PoE 2 in the monastery somehow.
Class, it's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to like evolve all of that, and it's honestly been fun, really, honestly, doing all of that.
It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the Ascendancies there as well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there, though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. What's
Yeah, so technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by one of our IT administrators here, since that was he was the person he's I'm not sure what the martial art is, but he's very well trained. I believe a black belt, and we used him for our mocap reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but it's
awesome.
it's quite fun. I think our animators enjoyed that one a little bit as well. So
that's awesome. You guys hadn't really done too much of that in the past, or?
You mean mocap?
Yeah, like
I mean, the animators always film visual references, so like they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just like doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it.
I'd say one of the most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a literally single phone shot mocap, and very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works really well for animating obviously humans, but also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that. But it's been insanely fast. So you just get a single small tripod with a phone, and you can record a human and chuck it in game pretty rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game, where it's not someone punching or hitting another person. So like, it's not the best for combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
yeah, and I mean, you're getting like PoE2 quality stuff in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more going on there than there usually is in PoE 1. You're just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into PoE 1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in PoE 1. Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right?
So artists are artists,
exactly, right? So
I mean, the good quality art.
You could probably phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
They don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They want to make stuff that's good. So
who wants to do that?
Yeah,
That's a quick way to remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
It's too good. Fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually two distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this hive one. What are the differences between the two, and how do they work?
We've got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives. And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs, and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those, and they're kind of building, and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule, building these hives.
Oh, that's cool.
And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like bump into any walls. They just evaporate before
you. Just run around.
Oh,
you run around
so
burning
good.
stuff. It's kind of satisfying. You see ash going everywhere. There's a couple of things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her, they're trying to kill her. They're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're gonna try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight, and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear speedy thing where it's like, so during the...
This sounds a little bit worse than regular breach, and he said this is the common one. So I'm not super interested. I mean, that's a little bit like, oh, so you gotta go around and burn. So you gotta clear the entire area of shit to get all the hive spawners active, and then go click her, and then it starts. It's a little bit like, whereas like regular breach, you just go touch the thing and you go fast, right? Like
those encounters, using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so, like, if you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn. And that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end a bit.
That's cool.
Again, not meant to be intrusive, not meant to be like complicated. We kept it simple, and it's just like 99% of it.
I mean,
just
when you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced wave defense. Like, just survive 6-8 waves of monsters that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that your like basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one encounter. Second encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have, historically been playing. You activate a thing, the breach expand out. So these are breaches that haven't been stabilized yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it, it starts expanding, you kill the monsters, it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up, and once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, their front line to come through and secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive. And so you don't witness all of that. Generally what you do experience is you kill enough monsters, and then in the center the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that. If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You can still play it the older way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah, it locks open the time. Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach, I mean, obviously it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords, the wild ones, in like a matter of seconds. But I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition. So once it stabilizes, that's it. You just once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like it almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss. Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, so that's encounter number 2.
That sounds pretty good. That's 4.
And then, encounter number 3. I know who's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next two are a bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, full giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as they called it, the breach beanstalk. Nice. You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly it's kind of just like a map of breach monsters.
There's no timer.
Clearing through. No timer at this point. You can just clear the area and leave, taking your rewards with you. But in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, yeah, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, yeah, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
What?
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but, you know, it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your in-game boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer, because I did know that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. You know, you get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and yeah, for sure.
But the bosses they showed were not new; they were from last season. They just showed their new mechanics so that you know what to deal with, so that you don't go in and just fucking waste your first portal or whatever. I think that was really cool. Like, they showed how they changed, like what made them more difficult. That was really good.
Like, for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10, 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, you know?
Oh, they've changed more?
Maybe not the best option. Like, I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But yeah, we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, you know, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
fair enough.
You know, we'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is quite fascinating, because it's not just a like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like, there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system. And from messing around with that, like, it feels kind of brilliant. Like, this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
It was kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian. And the grafts, mind you, as well. He's got a nice creative brain on that one.
Down.
Comes up with some cool ideas. I like, you know, that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these, and that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in PoE 2, you get these you have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made. And I really love them, and I'm like, normally, because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? We kind of came up with this tree, and, you know, tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then we were like, nah, like, I don't want just a tree that has fruit. It needs to be gross and dark and horror, you know? It's like, this is a gothic world. And so, yeah, we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all. But I like it, right? It is dark. It's like a little, you've got this alien-esque demon species, right?
It's like squeezing the items out with a bunch of pus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that. And then it's like, wow, it needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use. And then the other, because it's good, because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it, though, is the way that, like, it actually, for crafting, it's quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got, like, various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is. And so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. Like, it works really well. And so, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before, someone doing anything quite like that. So
I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually separate, or there's like some little bit. But yes, like, that's what I was thinking, because I'm thinking a lot about, like, how do you communicate crafting, because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even in its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
it is cool.
So,
How did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name. There was
Crucible.
the Crucible one.
That was items having trees. That wasn't a tree to craft.
Yeah,
you could kind of argue Scourge is like the whole microwave mechanic, kind of. But it wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
It's like I just can't help but wonder. Like we'll see, I guess, after a league. But I just can't help but wonder if you like accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to like how do you communicate crafting to players because it's so hard to do. It's like I don't know, maybe this has applications elsewhere. This idea.
We'll see how it goes, and there's a lot to expand on here. Of course, like when you have these kinds of tree systems and. You know, immediately people are going to be like, oh, keystones and, where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots. Build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
We'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends, you know. We don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat, so you come in with something kind of simple, elegant, see how it works, see how people respond to it, and then... You know, if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond, we can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, so we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old breach lord domains. They're effectively being replaced or removed here?
So those are all, we've kept breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on standard. Really? Whereas on this league, it's the full breach-wall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current, while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things, it's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it. We can, obviously it would suck, to have to accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions, pretty positive. So, but worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You got all those new mechanics I described earlier. But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel, and we have or an update. Not necessarily another sequel, but you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind. Oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You can grow pretty much all of it. You can find. I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out.
Nice.
But you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach rings finally get a revamp after sitting there with their silly thing? That
they got their improvement in PoE 2, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember what fifth one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool.
Oh,
sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well looked pretty wild. Like, I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers, like there's bespoke modifiers, and even multiple, like those 2 Quill Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of those.
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was just like, we'll just go until we run out of time. But yeah, like there's just a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations but yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats, sometimes the downsides, some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there.
I will say they could do something cool with so the key thing for the unique, right? They're keeping that, which is cool. However, there is a world where they just make a new unique, and I'm sure they've done it with like 1 or 2 things, right? Where they actually do remove the key thing, but they give it a new key thing that then makes it usable differently, like they did with Heist. I'm sure they've done that for like a few, although he didn't say it, so maybe I shouldn't be sure. But that sounds like the PoE the PoE thing to do.
If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes. But
that sounds really cool.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We're just here, have an arm. Sure. Just
an arm with 2 hands and a hand coming out of the hand.
Rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are it was in the video, but I didn't really kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto casting skills, proc based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy. So these seem pretty significant. What's kind of like the plan for how impactful you want these to be, or especially at endgame, they'll definitely very impactful while leveling.
Obviously there's always going to be a spectrum of usability, and generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful, but you know how strong characters can get. They can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally you can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are out of control.
Yes,
that is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah,
obviously it debuffs on the enemy. Anything you debuff on them does. But yeah, they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. The grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the item. So there's kind of a nice interlink between.
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? If the league needs to give you something that's going to fit
a lot
in
of
that power curve, so therefore you can look at it in a similar.
They are mercenaries on your back.
Yeah. That's the way you can say that. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with it. It's okay, so we're gonna have 2 of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had 2 really good skills.
Right.
It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat than it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No.
Can't put items
Can't put a
on
bunch of
them.
rings
You can do
on.
some
Can't
gloves.
tell your arm to hold a sword. You know? That would have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but
Who
they're
are
not
they
a
then?
part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like that's why they don't scale with your stats because they're not you.
They're independent life forms and therefore don't benefit from your passive tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And I was like,
If they're not you, and that's why they don't scale off your increases, do they benefit from your auras? Like, do they count as an ally? Do they benefit from your auras? Like, huh? They're not me, so they should be an ally, right? They're helping me. That's an ally. And they're apparently a separate entity, so they should get my aura buffs, right?
and I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random,
that would be cool. I think they
deformed
should have
crazy things going on, or like, I think I had a design. I was like, what if there was one that was like converted? You're like, I don't care about the league. It converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something. And,
That's cool.
We'll see if that goes somewhere later, but I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
There's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
yeah, later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on. So.
Yeah, so it looks like you can synergize with them.
I like the idea
you
of
don't
a
necessarily
quadrilla
scale
arm
them
that does
directly, like
slam.
you're saying, you can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what
It
goes
is,
into
but it's-
So in order
They're working on it.
in order for WSD to happen in PoE 1, we need to get the rigs from PoE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through.
Yeah.
And so effectively, it would be like we do want to do that at some point, and then after that point, we can make WSD for PoE 1. But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like I'm not against it by any means. It's just it's just I want it to happen. It's just getting all those things moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of reaching a certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you
'Cause
you can do it by
like a
just like
controller.
where the character just rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that the quality of that is really not great. Like I don't think it feels good. So I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we get. And look, that would be so beneficial to everything anyway. Like we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. So yeah, like we will get that done, and then but yeah, it's going to take a while. Like it could be quite a
The
while.
biggest benefit from the rigs is just that we're going to then be able to actually do a lot more new skills.
Yeah, animation.
In PoE 1 as
Yeah,
well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations.
It really sounds like this should be a major priority for them to just get the fucking shit. At the same time, though, I understand that they need to port over the microtransactions to the new rigs. But now they have to, because I was about to say just fucking do the thing for gameplay, but there's going to be a bunch of reeing, right? Because all of a sudden they bought something and it doesn't work, and then when is it gonna work? And also, if they do that, right, like if they do the whole porting over of the rigs before they're done with the microtransactions, all of a sudden there's no reason for them to hurry doing the microtransactions, because, well, we got all the gameplay sorted, right? So now it's just a matter of getting some work done that isn't really gonna do us any good. So I guess that sucks. There's a lot of microtransactions, man. Holy shit. There's so many. that they need to add to the new rigs. Hopefully they'll get. But they are saying it's going to be a while. Whenever they say it like that, it makes it sound like it's over a year away, which is just sad. But
as you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch,
Yeah.
it's all using the existing animations and different like means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use the AoE one. But as a result, we don't have like just like cool bespoke things where I don't know, do a flip while doing doing crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs
with all the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set.
Yep.
And because generally PoE 1 doesn't have like as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are like.
But we will do it. We will do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this like PoE 2 rigging system over to PoE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that
I'd like
the
to
future
know
of
how
Path of
far
Exile is
they
not
are.
like very static visually. Like obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, it will have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often was like asking for Trial of the Ancestors and what's the plans or status of that.
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be 1-to-1. It was too gameable, too solvable. Like got to a point where I was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just a like whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time. And it's like, oh, we could do this, or this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far. At least 326, 327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities. I guess it's safe to say. So TBD, who knows? These every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with the stuff. So generally, when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free to be coy about this, but it seems like since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that
cracking
might
your
help
fucking.
you kind of like
What
solve
kind of animal are you, Siggy D? Stop cracking your fucking knuckles into your fucking mic. That is. Don't. I really hope that he fucking sees that and stops. Holy shit.
some of these questions
Could do.
for PoE 1.
Could do.
Maybe that gives people an idea of a time frame.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE 2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
Nice.
yeah.
I never did Trial of the End.
All right,
That was
let's
before I
talk
started playing.
Endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to
this
memory
is
strand
interesting.
maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of late endgame. And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there is a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, you know, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, you know, like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, you know, like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them. That like all the, you know, there's like, you know, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that the players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, you know, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, you know, and like, how am I going to deal with this, and that kind of stuff. And like, that's something that, like, in practice, players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of
100%. They're not in the right spot.
I like the idea of it. It's just, it's a little bit too often, I think. Like, the whole, like, oh shit, this thing has reflect and something else. I need to gain reflect immunity and whatever else, right? Like, and oh, this has this and this. Oh, this has that and that, right? Like, on the surface, if I'm standing outside looking in, it's like, oh shit, that's super cool. Then I'll have this character that can deal with this. I'll have this character that can deal with this. Or I'll slot in this support gem to deal with this, and I'll slot in this support gem to deal with that. I'll make these talent choices to deal with this and that, and then whenever there's this combination, I'll do this and this, right? Like, that's all cool. It's just, for a map that lasts like 5 minutes, it's a lot of fucking iteration. If I have to sit and do iterations to my build and come up with solutions and like slot them in, change them out, spend the currency on changing it, right? Like, it's not just free to spec, right? Like, you got your refund points and you got your gold, and you're gonna have to use them if you're making changes to your talent tree. If you're doing like just support gem changes and stuff, there's like other things that it'll do to your build and stuff, but you need to get those. Same with items. There's like a cost to acquiring the items that you're going to need and swap back and forward. And there's no system in the game like the D4 Armory where you can save slots, right? Like, if it was a case of, okay, I have these like 6 builds, whatever, like for my same guy, oh, now it's reflect. I click my reflecting. It changes all the things that to what I have told it to change it to, right? And then boom, I go. It will be a lot less. But when I have to sit and fiddle with my characters for like 5 minutes to counter the things, and then go in and do the thing for 5 minutes, it's just like, it feels bad because half the time I'm spending not fucking doing anything, I feel like. So the idea is cool, right? And if you look at it from the outside, it's like, oh, okay, so elemental reflect is a problem, so I'll make a full physical build, right? I'll make a full chaos build, or I'll make a full fucking whatever build, right? And then, oh, but then there's physical reflect, I can't do the physical, so maybe I just make a chaos build, right? And the chaos build is what I do for reflect maps. But then there's like cursed immunity, then there's like well, ailment immunity you should have on every build, right? But ailment immunity is the thing. There's like big damage modifiers added onto where they gain extra or they do more damage or have attack speed, right? Like, oh, now I need a more tanky thing, or maybe it's the whenever it's gain extra, oh, maybe I need an armor build. No, wait, that's PoE 2 where armor can apply, so that doesn't. Can you do that in PoE 1? Maybe you can do that in PoE 1 as well. That was a bad example, but like maybe I need something with like big elemental defenses, like convert a bunch of things to elemental, all of that, like in order to do the big damage ones. And maybe I need a crit immune one, like, and how many overlapping circles can I get in one build, and like how many things can it counter? So it's like, yeah, if we make a perfect world where I can have like 5 characters and I can roll like 50 maps, and I can divide them out between the characters, and I can play this character for these maps. When I'm done with those, maybe a specific mechanic added onto it, and then I can swap to another character and run the maps and specific mechanics added onto it, that would be fucking amazing. But the time investment, the fiddling, and also just the sheer fact that maybe you don't enjoy playing 5 different characters, right? Like, maybe you like the big slam guy and you don't like the little pew pew bow build, and the pew pew bow build is the one that's good for blah blah blah, right? Like, so it just gets a little fiddly. It's too often that you're presented with this challenge for it to really be cool, I guess. And also, there is the thing that you can just fucking Chaos Orb until you get the things that are good, which is even fucking worse, right? Because then you're just sat there. It's not the 5 minutes you're spending respecing your character. Now it's fucking 5 minutes you're spending just waiting for that little regex thing to light the map up for suitable to run. Like, yeah. I appreciate the follow party.
Yeah.
I am of the, like, we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here. Because, like, we... And to be fair, we are, like, trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long. We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers.
Right, yeah.
But they're also now, you know, also this non-sustainable map, and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel like have to trade for it, and then in the other cases you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate. You've got this like thing where, because of the mods, you end up devolving down to the in-game strat becomes, as you said, stacking map mod effect and modifiers via risk.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16.5s. That kind of worked. And then you get some other weird problems where, like, because those can be APROP corrupted and tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty...
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate like boss thing that is like the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
Okay.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how this can work, though. Like,
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the Ubers, and in that even that's like broad and sounds weird.
If they had already worked out what there's one to do, it would be weird if they hadn't done it already, right? Because it's been a discussion for a while that people don't like the tier 17s. Like, if they had an idea, if they had a solution, it would have been in. Like, that would have been priority, right? Like, I don't know. The most rewarding content shouldn't be the tickets to the Ubers, though. But the tickets to the Ubers should come from the hardest shit, right? And the hardest shit should be the most rewarding. How can you have how can you have it be the gateway to the Ubers without it dropping the invitations to the Ubers? And how can you have the hardest content? Because it has to be the hardest content other than the Ubers, right? If it is to be the penultimate thing before the Ubers, it has to be the hardest thing except for the Ubers. And the hardest thing has to give the most rewards, right?
When you first say it, but
it's
like
so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's
kind of weird.
Something's wrong.
There's a fundamental
wrong
tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding.
Yeah.
But like the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when like there's a map now that you can't run because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also, like, you know, it's just.
I think I don't necessarily think it's that there's a map you can't run, because you can change it. I think it's the sheer amount of things you can't run, right? Like, it's the sheer amount of checks and like that you have to meet, like the sheer amount of things you have to check off on your character in order for you to reliably be able to just run tier 17s and not sit and re-roll them forever, right? It's not that there are certain modifiers that are just like, well, this is too much, or certain, more specifically, probably certain combinations of modifiers would be better, right? But there's just, each modifier on its own just excludes a whole list of builds or a whole list of things that you just can't run it if you don't deal with this. And there's like 20 of them. Like, reflect elemental just means that any fucking elemental build can't run it unless you get reflect immunity. Same with physical, right? And then you got like, if you're perma cursed with something, I know you can run it if you're perma cursed with, say, like the chains one, the slow one. You can run it, but holy fucking shit, do you not want to? So you need curse immunity, right? And same can be said for elemental weakness. You can just overcap your resistances, so that's kind of easy. But it's another thing, right? So you need kind of curse immunity, or at least immunity to whichever curse is rolled, right? And there's like, if they get too much crit as well, you need to be tanky enough to get crit all the time all of a sudden. And it's like some ludicrous multiplier that they get. So it's like, oh, I just need to be able to take 6x the damage, right? Like, or you need fucking crit immunity, and you need ailment immunity, and you need, yeah, it's just, there's some with where they fuck your accuracy as well. So now attack builds is just kind of, there's some that like makes it so that your crits don't do extra damage basically. So now crit builds, it's like, bro, there's just so many things that it's just a pass fail to your build. And if it was, say, okay, if these 3 modifiers come together and combine to something I can't run, you would have a lot less instances of I can't run this map than if it's like, oh, these 20 modifiers on their own means I can't run it. So I have to wait until I get these other 5. Or whatever the number is, right? Or you need to make a build that can do everything, which is what? A fucking chaos damage minion build? Something like that? Not everybody wants to play that.
It's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a problem.
Any individual part of this I look at, I'm like, well, this is actually okay in some circumstances.
Right.
Like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers, maybe
Right.
Like, I'm sure, I think you guys feel the same. Where it's like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers that are like better for other builds.
But in the moment that it's like, it feels like a huge economic penalty to that.
So the economy
you're immediately like you're immediately kind of.
But you get the thing right now where you stack the risk scarabs, and then it's like, okay, only Trickster and Juggernaut can play it as a way of it's perceived, and you know, it's again. We are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327.
Right.
Like, we are changing Risk Scarab. We are changing some stuff around map mod effect. We are changing...
Good, nice.
You know, there are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future. Nice. Well, we have an absence of a grand plan, a desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we will. I would be very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change, but I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328 to solve this problem, because it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But yeah, there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for PoE 2. If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't gonna lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to mid-league, mid Keepers of the Flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do, because often these things will mean like, oh, now all of X will become devalued, and I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change. And so there's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, like he really wants to do stuff with them.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with, like, maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of...
okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier? Like,
oh, fuck that.
I like it.
Okay, tell me why.
But I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
All right, you're gonna jump on this grenade. How does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's
So,
what I was gonna
but I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of thing. But you know, I also like trying those things, seeing how it is, and you know. There are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or you know, some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. You know, those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are, they're not really working.
I think the 3 out of 10 seconds you can't deal damage. It needs to be. If that is just alone the thing, it's just ass, because that just means you fucking die in PoE 1. Whereas, if they made it so that you can't deal or take damage, so it's like Kiss Curse, that you could use it to cheese some things, and then there'd be like, but I think it's too often. And I don't necessarily think that would be good either. Invulnerability is fucking dangerous in games like these. But it's one of those things where it's supposed to make you run away for 3 seconds, right? Kinda. It's supposed to force you out of combat for 3 seconds. It's supposed to like make you think a little bit more about how deep you go. And it's one of those things where it kind of just slows the map down, right? But if you were invulnerable, then you'd have the risk of being surrounded. And it would give you like, you need to set up for when it then finished. But if it were like that, you would need a very accurate timer. Because otherwise, the moment you're no longer invulnerable, you just get clapped. So yeah, and also I think it's a bad idea, because invulnerability, just generally speaking, is a bad thing to put into gameplay like this, because it'll be used to ruin stuff. It'll be 100% used to cheesing the shit out of things. But it's just like, what it is now is just, go AFK for 3 out of... It's 30% of your map, go AFK, right? Like, whenever it's coming up, don't move further, because you don't want to aggro mobs. Make sure you clear the screen, and then just sit and wait for 3 seconds, and then you can go again. Kind of shit. Really sucks. But yeah, if it's some sort of like niche thing you can opt into, it's not offensive, but having it on a lot of it should come with some bonus or something if you're gonna do it.
It was.
Otherwise, it's just not interesting.
That one and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues that get mentioned a lot as well.
It's the drowning orbs plus that plus it's just like, okay, thanks for making me slow. I mean, the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas like often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So but it's a bit overboard right now.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like, I'm so torn on this, because I want these sorts of... I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel, like that they have a bit of an impact, and they're not just like...
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know what I mean?
Mechanics.
Yeah, I think that's a good take. Like, they don't want to just get him closer to one-shotting you. That's really good. Making you slower sucks ass. I like the... I think I've said this, but I like the challenges they pose for your build, right? Like, it's, maybe you want to make immunity to slow, but that turns into only Trickster and Jug, right? Or like Marauder and Shadow, right? Because you can do the flame thingies, from the Forbidden Flame and whatever Forbidden Flesh or whatever jewels, and then get the thing, right, where you can't be sloped below base, so you don't get hit as hard. If there's the petrification statues are also just kind of one of those things where, if you're not immune to it, you just can't play it because you'll die every time. The drowning orbs, I've run the drowning orbs. I don't think they're that offensive. Maybe I'm wrong. they seem, because they're very visible. They don't just show up on you. They're there. They do chase you, but they're very visible. It's not like just, oh, all of a sudden the petrification statue spawns mid-combat and you can't fucking see it because there's effects and monsters everywhere, and then you're slowed and stunned and it sucks. But the orbs are big and noticeable. It's like, oh, there's a fucking orb, let me get away from that. So I don't think they're offensive. I do very much agree with not just being, oh, it's just one step closer to one-shotting you. I agree with that. That's like, too many of those are just like, it's boring. They're either nothing burgers or it's just like you're just done.
To happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that. Yeah. And it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
Yeah, this is it is kind of your. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past. We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. We talked about in previous chats a long time ago. But so it sounds like some of those modifiers are changing then, if nothing else, maybe as the band-aids in the
sure. I mean, there's band-aids like that, but there is something like wrong here though to solve. That's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
With the map mod effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I stack, and it's just like straight multiplicative. Right. I don't know. I want, because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content. I want more than just map mod effect to be the way that you can multiply. And so it's like, oh, do I want to focus on this or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within the like making things more harder and more rewarding. But yeah, right now it's just like, well, obviously I just stack all of that. Like quantifiably, it's obviously better, and like this, I don't know, it's a little bit lame, honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now. And, I don't know. This, again, drawing board, 100% back to it, revisit it. I'd be surprised if we're not doing something for 328 as much as I told myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but
There's some patch notes coming out later today. Is that, or is it later?
Yeah, I don't know what the time is, but our 11 a.m. NZ or whatever it is kind of thing. Like,
there'll probably be like a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
that's just generally the case because patch note writing is a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff.
I mean, you've got an extra week to make additional changes. Like people are like,
sure, there's always
and
that
they
too.
like get extra ideas and stuff, and some of this stuff may be in there, but it can be. Have a look at some of those in there, but it sounds like we're kind of on the same page with you guys, at least regarding a lot of this.
Yeah, I don't think you'll. I mean, obviously, it obviously needs attention. So yeah.
All right, it's cool. So on Endgame though, in like a longer term, from a longer term perspective, we have a pretty good Atlas endgame system right now. Like I think it's pretty well liked, apart from this issue that we just talked about. Like overall, the core of it seems great. Like I can sing many praises about it. But previously, like historically, you've done a lot of complete endgame overhauls, and to the point that it was definitely a trend. Like it seemed to be like the way that you guys would go about it. Like every so often, there'd be a major endgame overhaul. Is that still the case? Like have you achieved something that you kind of want to keep and maybe change instead?
I don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that it's not like we're like, oh, this is what we're set on, we're now just going to keep this forever. Certainly not. It's more just that it comes down to like it is hard to come up with the ability to do a scope for that, and it's been especially hard, since we've had like PoE 2 in in early access. So it's kind of like we just need to get back to a point again where like that level of scope can happen. And I don't think it will be necessarily that far away from the point where that should be fine again. It's just that like, it really is just a question of like,
Is that necessary? Like an overhaul of the endgame? Is it just to keep things fresh? Like, as long as there's not problems, I think they should just keep adding to it. Is there something wrong with the PoE 1 endgame loop, other than the tier 17s that they've been discussing? It seems kind of weird to change it, just to change it, but I mean, they know best. They've made the best ARPG in the fucking universe, I guess.
can we get the ability in time to do it? Yeah, like I don't think, as I said, I don't think it will necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And like you do need to change the stuff every once in a while. Like it does become stagnant eventually.
Interesting.
So like I think we should do another big overhaul. But obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like a it'll still be fundamentally the PoE1 Atlas and the none of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a PoE2 like system or something like that. Like but we do need would need new pinnacles and new challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters and changing all that stuff is like generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really messing with the systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people like. So like obviously that's always just a nice win when you get to be like, all right, what are the next set of what much like Breach has now evolved and gone forward in time, so will the end game story at some point, and we will do that for sure. And it's just like there's always mechanics that come with it. And sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything. It becomes a mess. I would hate to have, I don't want to add more systems and now all of a sudden it's extra steps even more over to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced, but like, we appreciate the fact that PoE1's endgame is in a pretty overall. I mean, everything always has its problems. I'm not going to deny it. We just discussed them, as you said, but it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that. So we'll be very careful with that stuff. But honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the like crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and like game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And
I think what I'm most curious about is like if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for PoE1, like an overhaul for it, would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
no way you'd get rid of that.
I already know.
It's too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying before last time that
it's deep in my mind.
You've got a story.
I need to go back because I was looking for a beeping sound. I have not heard anything they said.
Should do another big overhaul. But obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like it'll still be.
Yeah, sorry. There's something beeping, and it's like it wasn't the fire alarm because it didn't really sound like it was in my apartment or Nina in my apartment. It was just like a low. Well, it was a loud, really freaking screechy beep, but it sounded muffled. So it seemed like it was coming from some other apartment or maybe the stuff outside, but yeah, I just had to see that it wasn't any of my shit.
Fundamentally, the PoE1 Atlas.
Sorry, we're gonna rewatch this because I couldn't pay attention to it.
None of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a PoE2 like system or something like that. Like but we do need would need new pinnacles and new challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters and changing all that stuff is like generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really messing with the systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people like. So like obviously that's always just a nice win when you get to be like, all right, what are the next set of what much like Breach has now evolved and gone forward in time, so will the end game story at some point, and we will do that for sure. And it's just like there's always mechanics that come with it. And sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything. It becomes a mess. I would hate to have, I don't want to add more systems and now all of a sudden it's extra steps even more over to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced, but like, you know, we appreciate the fact that PoE1's endgame is in a pretty overall. I mean, everything always has its problems. I'm not going to deny it. We just discussed them, as you said, but it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that. So yeah, we'll be very careful with that stuff. But honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the like crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and like game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And yeah.
I think what I'm most curious about is like if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for PoE1, like an overhaul for it, would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I already,
There's no way you'd get rid of that.
I already know.
It's too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying before last time that
It's deep in my mind.
you've
but
got
it's there.
you got a story arc planned.
Well,
out.
the Secrets of the Atlas was intended to be part one
Yeah.
of a multi-part, right? So
definitely set
I've
us
got
up.
the other parts, or at least most of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern. So, I mean,
All right, great,
it's all for the better. I'm pretty confident of that as well.
great.
And now everyone will have to just wait to see what those
Yes.
ideas are for an undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get a follow up to the story, maybe next expansion, perhaps, of following along what's happened. That was pretty interesting.
We'll
last
see.
one.
We'll see. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff
okay.
itself, but I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of balance stuff going on here, and I've
Obviously,
had a chat
always.
to a few people and scoped out some things. Like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
They've showed that on
Yeah,
Twitter.
that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really? I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is like we should at least look at, like at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah.
And make sure that that's on the radar and getting some level of improvement. And even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, yeah, we looked at the assassin. It was like 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues. You know, it was like much lower usage than even the next class, and then you know, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case for a little while. So we were like, look, let's just do something. Like, come on, it's better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and you know, it came up when we were looking at it, you know, it was like the whole you have the interesting thing, you go and look, you look at the class, and it's like, why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node? Weren't the classes on ruthless meant to be a bit weaker? And then it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from. And you know, we just did our whole like process for
Amazing.
that. But yeah, so we teased that last night, whatever the time zone is.
It looks
you
cool.
know, hopefully people enjoy it and play it. But yeah, I kind of want to get into the rhythm of every expansion. At least we look at, not necessarily change because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, you know, the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on the ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that. And but I was like,
It sounds very good when he says every single expansion we take a look at the ascendancies, right? And we look at the lowest performer. But that also sounds a bit like fucking power creep, yeah? If slowly but surely, right? Because something is going to be the best, and that's not necessarily going to be the same. And now he did say the ones that are consistently performing the worst, right? Like, but let's say that new assassin is really fucking good, yeah? That's gonna bring the overall power of the entire game up, right? Now, then the next thing is gonna be bad, whatever that is. Let's say chieftain, right? Like, I know it's not chieftain, but let's just say chieftain. Then they buff the chieftain up, Now the next thing, what is the worst then? There's always going to be a worst thing. They're never going to hit perfect balance. So the question is if it's just going to get better and better and better. And then, like, maybe 20 leagues from now, the Juggernaut is the worst. It's like, what? Or whatever. Maybe the Juggernaut is not the best example, but yeah, I mean, if there is something that's just completely unplayable, obviously it needs to be buffed, right?
Okay,
But
this is pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but we'll try.
And there's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So just to clarify, these are Ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason a lot of people ask or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction? And the real reason is combinations are great, but I also didn't want to have to water down the power of the points. That's too much power creep, like to add to a character to be able to give trees that large. And so there was that interesting part of it. The other second part is that we wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points worth that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree, is the same. If it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP, it's, which I'm sure one of them probably is. And all of a sudden now every single person is just this one thing. It wanted to be like, nah, I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build permutations as possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things. And now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar. I'm all about, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmiri, and you get like a Shabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got support classes on my brain all the time. So, you have your Slayer something, So, the permutations honestly are endless. And obviously metas are found and builds are created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like, is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add this for future content very easily, right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's very easy to expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third class?
A second, essentially. It's like, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing.
I will say I would like to have seen us getting like 2 more points. I get that is power creep, but for some things, it's like, what do I want to do with my last thing, like last 2, right? And I just kind of get this, and that's fine. There are some ascendancies that are like that. There are also others where it's like, I need all 4 in order to actually get the thing that I want, right? Like, there's some of them where it's like, just like taking out those points just seems like I'm really just cutting off a leg. And then, yeah, I mean, if I can get a new breach leg, I guess that'll be fine, but it would have been cool if you could, like, just get 2 more points, right? Like, I'm not suggesting that you get, like, a massive amount. Like he said, he didn't want it to be just tagged on, right? But if you got, say, instead of having 4 points, well, 8 points, right? Instead of having 8 points in your ascendancy, you'd had 10. So now you could get 5 things from your ascendancy, or you could maybe get the 4 you want and then still get something from the new shit. Or you could go a bit ham and take the entire new shit and then only have, 3, I guess? No. But it's so hard because you have 10 points. So you'd get two big things from... It's weird that... I'm going to be honest. It is kind of weird with those little nodes that are on the ascendancy tree, because it's like, oh, I have 8 points. No, you basically have 4, right? Because there's a little filler node. It's a little travel node. But yeah, I mean, it would probably look weird if it was only the big ones, but it could just be the big ones, if I'm being honest. Just bake the small ones into it. But yeah, I mean, I would have liked another point, because it's like some of the things that you have in your Ascendancy work so well together that you kind of just want to spend 4 points. So it's like, then I don't get to do the Bloodline thing, right? Like, and maybe the Bloodline thing has something cool, and then you don't get to... If you got the, like, you could pick one more notable, I think it would have more of a, yeah, I can really enhance my core Ascendancy. I can really be a Slayer, or I can really be a Chieftain, while still leaving me the option to go get something cool on top, right? Or it'd be like, yeah, okay, cool, I can really delve into this Bloodline thing without completely losing my
where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of course, is under the assumption it succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But assuming it does well, again, pretty high confidence, yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one Bloodline being able to then be paired with all, 19 Ascendancy classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here, a lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do, and yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here, I'm just like, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Like, it's going to be real cool, and I suspect you'll get, like, for quite a while, people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And, yeah.
Well, this definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it, because there's too many permutations there, right? Like, I don't even know what the math on that is, but it's pretty crazy, the amount of, like, new nodes.
Number.
Yes, several
infinite. No, not
several dozen new nodes accessible to all of the existing Ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole, like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then so I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my Bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my Ascendancy. Then I'll pick my, I'll go from there. And then I'll pick my skill, and I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
Flavor building on this.
Well, if there's no mercenaries, I need to be a good mercenary to my friends. That's my philosophy.
Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League, the Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature, available in standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
yep.
Cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with these, but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there? Yeah.
Okay. More Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Well, continuing on the balance topic, from asking around the PoE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of, like, looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills as well?
Yeah, we're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example, yes, there's obviously the core skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on. Yeah. Some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, they're just, as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable, but like, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many though. And they require more, what I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable. That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. 90% of them weren't really seeing any use. A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is.
Cool.
But as meanwhile also full balance pass, so hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and you know,
I saw
so
lots
on.
of
So
buffs
like,
for those.
yeah, but like honestly, this is like a kind of endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like, okay, obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it? And then you get lost in a rework discussion. It's important to like cut the cut the time. And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. You know, I could always say, ideally we'd do more, but like I don't think, again, there's no real end point to that. So yes, sure. I wanted this patch to be very class centric in terms of balance, and like we did.
Yeah,
I would say we did a decent chunk, but it's, you know, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like you got the bloodline classes, you've got grafts, which are character centric, and then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything, you want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully, there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta, should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome cool new stuff, but like, you know, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like
that's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea, is that you manage to achieve these days very, like, there's lots of different builds, and they're changing a lot each league as well, by virtue of like the new stuff that you're adding, like ascendancy changes or new skills or whatever. All that stuff is creating lots of new builds all the time. But when it comes to the skill buffs, I think it's more just about, like you said, like someone has like a favorite skill that has been languishing. Some sweep lover
it
is out
sucks
there
to
just crying
see.
still.
It sucks to miss something, like, because you see, because what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I really wanted to, and you know, and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can.
So usually, Mark and Jonathan speak fairly evenly, but this seems to have been very much just Mark's baby. And as much as I enjoy Jonathan, it seems like you're just wasting his time at this point. Why is he here? He's barely said anything. I mean, he might just be tired or whatever, and Mark just be on a roll, and there's nothing more to it, but it seems a little bit like with the whole like PoE 2, PoE 1, that it's not like the Jonathan is the PoE 2 guy and Mark is the PoE 1 guy. That's what this makes me think. And I might be overthinking it. It might just be a bad day for Jonathan or amazing day for Mark, right? Like, it might just be that the questions are all happens to be Mark's things, and the thing Jonathan's are really into for this patch hasn't really been touched because whatever, right? Like, but he hasn't really said anything for the last hour. I mean, he has, but not really.
Really do, combined with both new stuff to change everything up, bringing like excessive outliers down, and we do try and improve as much as we can. And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports, and so I don't know, there's heaps there, but you know, it's that thing where a few people are going to have missed their thing, and there's a few, you know, you want to do hand casting, you want to do that, you don't want it to just, I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well, it's just like, it devolves down to often, you know, either Archmage or you know, Ephemeral Edge, and like that kind of stuff being just like, well, obviously, right, quantifiably better, and so yeah, just the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally you'd bring up all of something else, but you know, sometimes you get some of it, not all of it, and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here, just, you know, you never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be, you know, pretty decent. But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs, bit of, you know, it's how it goes with all of this balanced stuff, really. It's a bit chaotic, but you know, there's something satisfying to it, but as I said, you never really fully get everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
You kind of answered my question a bit, because like one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being
I don't
rough
think
as well.
we've done that enough justice for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff, in this coming week if it's simple, if we can think of it. It's not off the cards. That being said, there's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables like the new classes and stuff like that can really change these things up, without you really predicting it as well. So, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this, because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added. And like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So, we'll see how all that goes. But we'll just keep doing it. It never stops, never ends. It literally is an infinite task. You never run out of stuff to do here. So we'll just keep doing it every single patch as best as we can.
One that comes up a lot is the kind of dominance of ES stacking and kind of stacking builds in general, but ES probably has been getting mentioned a lot more. Forbidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to Life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
There are Band-Aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them Band-Aids or just like, you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of like, yeah, that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be so easy to do. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree that it is a problem where it's like the more traditional just do a thing feels like it's now wrong. It feels like you got to like pre-commit to being like, what is this singular thing I'm going to stack and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it like attributes historically, not just thinking current meta. It's always it's always like, you just like heavily stack this one thing and here's a unique that scales off that thing. And it's like, well, that's on one part is interesting. It's like fun. That is the build.
I'm in two minds on it.
But then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking this, that's stacking that, that's stacking, and you start going through the builds and you're like, okay, well.
We definitely like very slowly got here over time, I feel like, in the stacking, where it just became kind of like, just a little bit at a time. It became, PoE1 became all about stacking builds.
It really primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items that got added, right?
Yeah, it's often
generally a unique item's special thing is like, what am I going to scale off? Be it, off evasion or off armor or off energy shield or off life or off ES or mana and or off int or off strength. It does end up in that, and then some unique gets added, like maybe it's one per year, and it's like, oh, here's another 6% increased intelligence. There we go. That build's now just got a little bit more of an edge, and you do kind of just power creep into that point for sure. So
it's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like definitely identifiable that it's like a big aspect of the build meta for PoE1.
It is. I think
it's other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand, it's
fun though. Like, people
it's
like
fun. It's cool. It's interesting.
So you don't really want to.
You could argue it's what makes things kind of as part of PoE to a degree.
Yeah, it's an actual action RPG.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with it. You don't just want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other hand, but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing a more traditional, build, and it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here. Hard to be at that fine line, but yeah, some things are a bit too OTT at this point, and other things are too far on the bottom end. And the other problem is if they start buffing all the skills, well, a lot of those skills might see use, but they'll still see use in that stacking ecosystem. And then it's like, well, have you really made a new build at that point? Like,
I think that's sometimes the problem is like, my builds feel the same because ultimately like I'm using different skills, but I'm just stacking on all of them or something like that.
I don't have a like, here's the solution.
Yeah,
because it really isn't how it actually. It's not really how it plays.
Kind of gauging your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy discussing it. It's just a matter of like, it's honestly 500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and mold it, and it will eventually shift into something else, and then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be, and it's the cycle. It is balance. It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be.
Usually I have an idea, right? Where it's like, oh, if there's too many that's stacking ES or armor or strength or whatever, then do that. But here I'm just like, yeah, that's really hard to fix, right? Because especially the things where where you can stack a defensive and get damage out of it. Like there's the life stackers, right? Strength to an extent, it gives life as well, right? ES especially, like life stackers and ES stackers, where they then turn a defensive into what's it called, the damage, as well as Archmage, where you turn mana into both damage and defensive and all that, right? Like all of a sudden you just have a really fucking powerful thing, assuming you get enough defense from it, assuming you get enough damage from it. Obviously, if it is at all viable damage increases you get from the thing, or defense increases, whichever way, turn your damage into defense, turn your defense into damage, turn a resource into both, right? Whichever one you do. It's just a case of, if that is ever like any sort of viable damage, it's just going to be the best thing, because you're going to be fucking tanky in comparison to the ones that has to scale their damage up to match yours, while scaling defense separately as well. So it's like, whenever you have these sort of like one track, it goes back to the jack of all trades or master of one, right? If you can turn the thing you've mastered into a jack of all trades, that is just going to be the best thing. Jack of all trades, master of none is the thing, but like, it's, in this case it would be jack of all trades versus master of one. And if you can then be like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna get the biggest HP pool possible, and then you get the little wrath pit, and all of a sudden, holy shit, my life is damaged, right? It's just gonna be the best all the time, every time. Because if you can one track, especially in an ARPG with all the different scaling avenues, if you can completely one track into one thing, it's just going to be superior. So I have no idea how you'd go back to being like, okay, so I'll do this for defense, I'll do this for HP, I'll do this for damage, and I'll have to do these 3 separate things on my tree, and that's going to make the build. How that is ever going to be competitive with the stackers, unless you got the stackers. Because how are you ever going to have it be competitive if we stick to ES, right? If I spend 90% of my talent tree just blasting energy shield, the defensive capabilities I get from that, how are you ever going to match that with the defense from somebody who's stacking damage on the tree, who's getting like certain things, like maybe you get attack speed, maybe you get duration, maybe you get a couple of things on your talent tree that's going to help come together, and then you also need defenses on your talent tree. How are those two things going to be comparative? And if it's just ES to ES, right? If I spend 90% of my points on ES, of course I'm going to have more ES than if I spent 40% of my points on ES, right? So how are they going to be comparative? They're not. So whenever you can turn that energy shield into damage that can compete, it's just always going to be better. I have no idea how they'd fix that. I don't even know if there is a way to fix that. The only way you do that is by making probably hybrid defenses stronger. So that, let's say, but then still, if you get this, because you're gonna want to get to a point where a 90-point investment into defense has the same defense and damage as a even split or like whatever, right? Like, then you have to have it be like, okay, so you get ES with armor, and the armor combines with the ES to then give the same tankiness at a lower investment, and then the damage go. I guess that's the way to do it. But then comes the thing where then you can just never have an ES build that is the defense is ES. That then creates the issue where you can't do that, because now you're just less tanky than the ES build that just goes all ham ES. So it's like, if you keep the stacking thing with the ephemeral edge, right? That is just always going to beat an ES build that gets damage on the side. Like with hybrid stuff, you can do it because you can make the hybrid interaction so powerful that it can keep up. But then solo defenses, like say you want to build a pure knight warrior or whatever, right? Like you just want big armor, maybe a shield. I guess then, I mean, block and armor kind of does the same thing. It helps you with little. I guess block also takes the big hits. But then if you're always going to have less armor than the armor stacker. And if the armor stacker then turns it into relevant end-game damage, then you're not even going to have more damage. I mean, you obviously in a game like this, you could just scale the damage harder, but like you can only one-shot mobs, right? Like the fact that you can like point one shot or point two shot, right? Like whatever, like it doesn't matter because it's still going to take a shot. If it has 100 HP, it doesn't matter if you do 1,000,000 or if you do 120. It's going to fucking die. That's a impossible thing to solve, huh?
Be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't like compromise the philosophy of the game, ultimately, then you're winning, right?
Balance is a journey. Yes, it's not about the destination; it's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, sure. It's just the stops along the way. Every expansion,
That's it, yes.
every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is wand. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said wand specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice wand buffs going on in there to help wanders out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple things. There's like a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the series now. So cool. they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic
wands.
Wands. And so because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the like pure attack ones to help it a bit easier to roll for those builds. You got way more of a skill set to pick from now. And then
the good thing about this is I've been told that wands are basically the most expensive archetype you can have because it's so hard to roll a good wand, right? Because it comes with all the spell modifiers, it comes with all the attack modifiers, and it's just twice as many modifiers. So getting what you need is just so much harder. It takes so much more currency, or it's so much more unlikely that they just become increasingly expensive. And now with attack wands, it's like, okay, well, I'm playing kinetic, whatever. I'll probably do that actually, because it's one of those builds where I really fucking enjoy it. I think it's so cool and I want to play it, but I've just always been turned off by how impossible it is to roll or how much currency I need to buy the things I want, right? But if there's now attack wands, then it's all of a sudden, kind of easy. You can at least get, maybe it'll still be better with the hybrids. Maybe there's some sort of things that can't be rolled on the attack that will actually benefit you or whatever. There's one where it increases to spell damage, right? Like increase to spell damage works at 200% effectiveness, right? Like, and if you didn't get an attack one, you can't roll spell damage. Oh, a lot of damage down, right? Like a lot of damage lost. Maybe. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case, but maybe. Then you'd want the hybrid anyways, but you could get like 75% of the way with an attack thing, and it's easier to get, and you can sort of get that, and once you've earned the currency, you can get the other one, right? Like, whereas right now it's just kind of like throw it up into the air and see where it lands.
I mean, generally speaking, the skills they can be pretty hectic. You know, they can scale pretty well.
Kinetic round is very hectic.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool theme, just like that general kind of like, you know, physical kinetic energy kind of thing going on. We had a little bit of it with kinetic bolt, kinetic blast. So we just extrapolated on that theme, and you know, you got your wanders and it's the thing, and then we also added a little bit of like kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
It's like a force wall that you can.
Yeah, the kind of force wall. You've got like a little bit of inspired by Huntress from PoE 2 a little bit with some of the, you know. I walked upstairs the other day and saw some QA playing, and I'm like, oh, someone's embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, that's not even half the tornadoes you can make. And I was like, all right, sweet, all right. I was like, yeah, that's PoE 1, and I walked out of the room. I was like, all right.
I blasted, like, I went through 4 yesterday on a wander, and I was just like, man, this is so good. I was having the time of my life. Like, oh my lord, the new skills and the wands. And it's like, it's not just the kinetic ones as well. Like, it actually pairs pretty well with the other ones that have like the flat added elemental damage.
I don't really like the put things on the ground and wait for mobs to touch them. I don't like that. It's kind of trappy. I don't like that. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
It all kind of came together a bit. It's like, oh,
it's cool.
I definitely, in the past, I just kind of like wrote ones off. I was like, yeah, they're never going to get to ones. It's like forgotten about.
It's always been pretty kind of just, it's niche. It's actually an interesting thing. I mean, obviously it was designed before I started on PoE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, that wands that aren't about just spellcasting. It's, you know, they're about doing attack damage. I thought it was interesting.
Pistolero style. That's what I like about it. Wands.
Yeah, this might be the largest update to wand attackers that we've ever had in now like 15 years or something. So
it's just finally, look, I know there's some people in the chat that have been a long time waiting for this one.
Yeah, you're right. It has been
your
forever.
moment has finally come. It's good
cool
stuff.
Yeah, there's a few other little gems in there as well, like some fire archer kind of things, and there's some that we want to still extrapolate on, but like wands was the main focus.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for wands, and pairing in nicely with the added skills from the hands on your back as well. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Lots of fun synergies there. So we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious about the long-term development of PoE 1. Like, how much is PoE Classic, PoE 1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because, you know, you've been taking things from PoE 2 and feeding them back into PoE 1, and I'm curious, like, is there points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to PoE 2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing? Or
this
maybe
is Jonathan.
Like,
now it's PoE 2, so now Jonathan comes in.
Well, I wouldn't want PoE 1 to ossify into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like, that would be bad.
Cool.
But
sounds cool though.
Yeah, but it's kind of like okay, the stuff people that we'll probably take back from PoE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, you know, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from PoE 2 into PoE 1. That's obviously, you know, something required. And so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in PoE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to PoE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like, I don't know that, like, even though there are things I don't like about that, I don't think we could necessarily change them either, you know, in terms of, you know, so like there's stuff like that you know, you just have to kind of like let it be, because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about PoE 1 that is like, that does need to be kept, that is kind of what makes it feel like itself, that people do love about it?
I think that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly, because yeah, like it It's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that PoE 1, I guess, has become known for, as opposed to PoE 2, is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make PoE 1 like that either. It just kind of is. Yeah. And so you wouldn't like.
I think, yeah, the pace, but also just the wealth of opportunities or like choices and decisions to make, right? Like the wealth of options to solve a massive amount of problems. Like PoE 2 is very much more simplified. It feels like, at least in that regard. Like the absolute freaking myriad of bullshit you can do in PoE 1 is astonishing. Like every single problem the game poses for you, you have like 70 ways of dealing with. Exaggerations, and it's just about which ones are good enough, which ones are too expensive, both currency and also in terms of just power investment, right? Like, well, I could spend freaking 50 points on my talent tree to get ailment immunity, or I could spend like a gem slot and some some rolls on my gear, or I could spend like an ascendancy point, or I could like. There's so many ways to do so many things. And the talent tree is like, okay, well, I need leech. I could get it on my gear. I could get it on my support gems, or I could get it on the talent tree, right? Like I need to augment this specific flaw in my build. And there's like so many ways of doing it. So many systems, so many things, so many options, so many items, so many uniques. And PoE 2 is... I mean, I guess getting there, but there are certain things where the talent tree just feels like, well, I go here to get damage. Like I pick this node to get damage. I pick this node to get damage. And this node gives me more damage, and this one gives me damage. Right? Like the only other thing I feel like I pick on the talent tree is movement speed. And that's just not the case in PoE 1. And I think it's kind of the same with jewels, but I have not gone far enough into the PoE 2 build creation in order to really fuck around with jewels. I haven't seen too many things. I'm sure they're there and it's just a me thing. There's also that jewel type that does some shit that I haven't really played around with in PoE 2. So I'm probably very wrong here.
I wouldn't even want to nerf that about PoE 1, right? Like it just is how that is, right? So that's like really the fundamental difference. But the thing is, I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like from our perspective, like, you know, it's like there are I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like, you know, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like it's the same design philosophy from the same designers. Yeah. You know, like going on in both. It's more just a question of like PoE 1 got a bit out of control in certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really change that. And so so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from PoE 2 to PoE 1, well, it's just like all the things that PoE 1 players would like, and none of the things that PoE 1 players wouldn't really. I mean, look, that's ultimately what we want to be doing. But yeah, I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want to be in a situation, as I said before, where it's like, okay, we're like PoE 1 is in some kind of perfect state that needs to be preserved forever. Like I don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of.
I think a pivot with PoE 2 out, and this isn't obviously black or white, but PoE 1 is. We always had and this is still true. We still want to bring in new players. But I would say PoE 1 now, it's more important to us to keep the PoE 1 player base, the fans of the game, the long-term players, the people who love PoE 1 happy, as opposed to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas obviously PoE 2 is still now a growing game. There's a new audience available, you know, that kind of thing. So obviously we still want people who love PoE 1 to love PoE 2. That's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at PoE 1, we're not going to try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game, and that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of like some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff, because if that change would bring in a bunch of new players. Like, I think making sure you have a good, popular game that people love will inherently bring people in, because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Yeah, less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy. And whereas obviously with PoE 2, it's a bit of a different story, where we really did think like, we want to, there's a new room for a new audience here, there's room for a different audience, like we want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so? But ultimately, at the end of the day, what that then...
I think that's half a mistake. Like, yeah, obviously try to bring in new players. It's a new game, right? I do think the key philosophy of PoE 2 should be keep the PoE 1 players happy as well. Like, as much as new players is good, and as much as new players is always needed, you have a die-hard loyal fan base that's been with the game forever, that spends millions of dollars on it, enough that you can now be like, yeah, well, let's have 2 games, right? Like, I think a lot of the PoE 2 direction should be made in order to appease the PoE 1 players, rather than focusing too much on the new players. Like, new players are great, and I don't think any PoE 1 player really is unhappy about them trying to improve the onboarding experience, right? Like, the fact that things are like a little bit more easy to see through, as long as it keeps the options, right? Like, because I usually say that you can't have complexity without depth, or like you can't have complexity without depth, right? You can't have complexity, you can't have depth without fall groups, like without a possibility of making mistakes. Like, in order to have depth and complexity, you need options. And in order for those options to be valuable, some of them just has to be wrong in some scenarios, right? Like, there just has to be some things that are not as good as others for certain things, right? Like, it just has to be. Like, if you are a whatever build and you're making your weapon, there just has to be some sort of crafting methods that are just worse than others, because otherwise they aren't good enough. They don't do enough, right? Like, but making it so that it's far easier to see which one those are, I don't think anybody would freaking be concerned with that. Now, PoE 2 has gotten the whole omen crafting, right? Where that is very, very simplistic, especially with homogenization, right? Where it's like, yeah, you want more mods of the ones you have? Bam! Super easy to see through, very powerful, but you do have a bunch of essences where some of them are fucking wrong, right? So yeah, I just think I think there's a lot of like, well, recently with the whole tourist situation, the thing that blew up where he's like, fucking PoE 1 players, fuck off. I think that is the opposite of what you want. It's fine to entice new players, and I'm not saying just carbon copy PoE 1 or anything, but if you have a large amount of the PoE 1 player base that's unhappy with something, it's probably a good idea to inch closer to what they want, would be my take.
Ended up boiling down to, aside from obviously modernizing graphics, changing the feel of combat. Honestly, the biggest change is just balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it, I think, in the same ways. Like, I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking, like, what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change about PoE 1, because they are somewhat like would be impossible to change just due to the game feel changing so much.
Yeah.
And so, like, really for me, it's like, I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of like design thing. And it's like nothing actually changed between PoE 1 and 2 philosophically, other than...
I think that's a fine way of saying it, right? Like, there are certain things that you can't change in PoE 1 because it's so ingrained, and they might not make for a good experience. Like the fucking speed at which you clear maps in PoE 1, right? Like, maybe that's not good gameplay because it makes you just like, right? And that is a lot of fun. Now, if the PoE 1 players are saying PoE 2 is a bit too much, is too much of a slog, right? You probably don't want to get to the PoE 1 stage, right? Like, but you could probably make it faster. If it's like, oh, we have this combat. I've been saying this so many times, and it's every time I talk PoE 2, I say this. But one of the biggest issue is the whole comboing, right? And comboing is fucking dope. Like, having an actual rotation in your build, having to actually think about how certain skills interact with other things, having to being like, okay, so I want to get shock, let me get this thing in rather than having to get shock on your main thing, right? Like, actually having these, like, setups and things and stuff that you can combine into something cool is great. But I don't want to do it for a fucking gray mob or a white mob or whatever. I don't want to do it for anything below a rare, right? I just want to go. And that is an easy way to do it without fundamentally compromising too much, right? Because there's plenty of yellow mobs in PoE 2. There would be plenty. Each map would have like 10, 15 little encounters of meaningful combat. And then a boss with a lot of meaningful combat, right? Like, so you'd have it, especially now with the changes where every fucking map has a boss now, right? So every map you get to like stop it, like slow down, really engage in the fight, do your shit, like put your multiple skills to use on the boss, like this do this do that, set up, big blast, like all of that, right? But if you have to do that for every single pack you want to kill, the game just becomes a fucking grind. And I think that is one thing that they haven't managed, and it's one thing that they don't seem to be going towards, and I don't understand it.
Than just learning about some things and deciding, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think there is a little bit of an assumption that a lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to, like, outside of talking about dexterity and stuff like that. Honestly,
Yes, that continues.
most of it is just like we're just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool that we want to deliver. Like, we're not really having discussions about like, hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. Like, we don't do that. So, about like, I'm trying to boil down what we are. I'm trying to turn it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just like, how can we make cool shit? That's it. Cool shit that's fun, that doesn't like compromise things in too thing of a way. Things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. So like, it's always interesting trying to be like, what are the rules? What are we going to change? What at the end of the day, it's just like, well, I don't know. We'll just continue to make cool shit, and that's just generally what we're going to do. And so, I don't know. It's actually a little bit hard to try and decipher that down into like a set of rules or something. It's like I don't know. If it's cool, if it's fun, if people love it, then it's a win. And
it's good that both games have a bit of room to breathe on their own then, because you can preserve the things that do make PoE 1 its DNA, but are objectively like limits to what sort of improvements you can make to the game. But I do have an important question for you both. What bonus should dexterity give you?
Oh, jeez. got a few hours.
See, I know this has been... Every time I come over here, I feel like this comes up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Dexterity. What do you get for dexterity? Yeah, still haven't solved that one,
At this point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing.
Nothing.
It's just
vibes.
We just call it... We rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
It's an organic attribute. Like, very nice. All right, so still not solved there. So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to PoE 1. It's like, initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into PoE 2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing it over to PoE 1?
Not really, to be honest. Like, I think it basically, the fact that PoE 1...
I think there is they have made a bit of a weird one, right? Because strength give HP, right? And int gives energy shield, but energy shield and HP are different. And then Dex have given you evasion, where it's actually strength that's the odd one out. Like, strength should give armor based on this, right? Because it's like, why is it giving HP? That's the odd one out. And somehow it's dexterity that's suffering from it. if strength gave you armor, int gave you ES, and dexterity gave you evasion, then they'd be the same. Then they'd be similar. Oh, int gives you mana as well, didn't it? Oh, maybe it's in. Maybe it gives you ES in. Maybe it gives you ES in PoE 1 or something. Yeah, because then it's a resource, and you don't have that resource for dexterity. So you give it accuracy, and half the builds don't use that. You give it attack speed, and it's too strong. You give it evasion, and it's like, the others don't get the defensive. I do think, well, not a defensive, but there's a defensive prowess to strength. Am I misremembering? Wait, what does int give in PoE 2? Am I stupid? Don't answer that. As usual. I think that's my catchphrase, right? Am I stupid? Don't answer that. What does intellect give in PoE? Just PoE. Go away. In Path of Exile, it's a maximum mana and energy shield, so I am right. What does it give in PoE 2? PoE 2 gives mana and energy shield, so it's the same. So intellect gives you mana and so it's kind of weird because strength gives you damage, melee damage or whatever, and life. So it gives you dam and life. Int gives you mana and energy shield. So like strength gives you a damage source and HP. Int gives you a resource. So I guess mana and HP, those go, they're not the same, right? Like, but they are on the same plane, sort of. And a defensive. And then you have dexterity, just like, what do I get? Like, I think, unironically, just fucking ripping off the band-aid and just giving it attack speed. And then to hell with it. Making it give attack speed and cast speed. And to hell with it being the strongest one. Or they need to be like, okay, so strength no longer gives you... I mean, it's just boring if strength gives you armor, int gives you ES, and dex give you evasion. Strength giving you life makes sense. Int giving you mana makes sense. At that point, honestly, just make dex the damage one. Accuracy is not useful for everything, and you'll make it completely overpowered by attack speed and crit, but fire away, I guess. That would make dex stackers. Isn't dex stacking one of the ones that isn't really used as well? I feel like I've seen int stackers and I've seen strength stackers, and I never really see dex stackers. If you give it inherent attack speed and or crit, you're definitely going to see some dex stackers. And then it is just the best one. And that's that. Something has to be.
Got the gold already, kind of meant that it can kind of work. But
yeah, the gold is a thing though. Like
it is because of the fact that the gold is more scarce in PoE 1 and more valuable for other things.
Used.
Yeah. More used for other things. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
That's
obviously, but also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game. And obviously because PoE 1 has a lot more different items and stuff going on, we did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, people, the gold balance already was kind of like, tight. Like, so it's in that spot of like, some people are like, I want more. And you do want people wanting more. And so now all of a sudden, now there's this extra thing that's a cost. So we have to obviously account for that. What else was there though? I mean, ultimately, it's mostly just, I guess the console.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you know,
that's
there's
the
like
thing.
the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So that old
this is
trade
just
board
way
is
better.
getting ported over into this system now. So that's
we're actually deploying that. Just a fun fact. We're going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit. The removal of that a bit early because we need. There's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple of days later 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items. You don't lose your items; they all get put in remove only tabs and all of that stuff. But yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, for the PoE 1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in PoE 2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal.
Right.
The Asynchronous Trade is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's
I'm looking forward to it.
We have a bunch of UX improvements we still need to make to it. You know, there's it's got its kinks. So like, I wouldn't want people to think just because it's porting that we're seeing it as perfect. You know, I know people have brought up having save searches.
Yep.
Being able to more rapidly, like, you know, you could control right click your item to automatically search for that item. And
we're getting that feature, right? I think they even
That's incredible.
yeah, I'm
if
talking
you're
about
getting
things
that.
that are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
It's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for PoE 1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that, where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league or something. You know what I mean? Like we'll try as soon as it's done on both games, it'll get deployed.
Since you're on it, was there like a reason why you can't mouse over items in like your sold items log to see what they were? Like I like that information to be like, oh, what was that sold for 2D of?
Tried that, didn't we?
But it doesn't.
I
you can't
don't
see the item, you only see
remember,
the
but it
name.
might have been that it would require storing the item, which
It
might have
would.
been.
We discussed
I think it was something
originally
like that,
allowing
yeah.
that. I think. I remember discussing that before doing it, and we were like, that would be cool. That would be the thing we want to do.
Probably doesn't store it at the moment because it's
Imagine
like
there's a tech thing for that,
it's not like, I mean, we could probably do it, but
Okay.
yeah, it probably should.
Potentially on the cards then.
Yeah.
It certainly would be nice. Like I like that feedback as a seller,
Right.
but I certainly love logging in the morning to all the currency and seeing what's sold for what.
But effectively, I think that like trying to improve the kind of price check experience would be the thing that kind of like the next frontier of like in terms of the game UI trade search
what
and
would
sort of
be
stuff.
the next slippery slope to slide down to?
As long as we don't all of a sudden have like stock market esque UIs.
No, I don't think we're not going to get that. Like, basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So like but then that's the tricky part. Like trying to improve that.
Yeah, I know we've talked about that in the past, like how far you would potentially
The
want to
PoE
push that.
1
And, like,
add-on thingy, I don't know what it's called actually. I have it. Where is it? Awaken PoE Trade. That's honestly, I would just like to see that happen in PoE 2 and PoE 1. Like
there is like
rather than
an
having an add-on
interesting,
for it.
like,
Maybe there is. Maybe the
opportunity
Awaken
you
PoE
guys have to be
PoE
able
Trade is for
to,
PoE 2 as well. I need to get
help
that.
make that like much more sane for players compared to what it is now to price check an item, which is a very complex affair typically. So, but it's interesting that that's on the cards. That's something you're exploring, pushing further, not just kind of leaving.
But I don't think that's going to come all in one grand moment. Like I think it'll be, so this time it might be just being able to. I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor. And open up the board and see it.
Nice.
It's like, I got these decent pair of boots. I'll just search for that, and then you maybe lower the move speed by 5 or lower the life by 10, and
the thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around. Okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that
that's
right
the
and
skill.
exactly, it's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah,
slowly improve
that's what I'm excited about because with the right UX, you could really communicate that skill in a nice visual, physical way to players, which is kind of exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic there, but trade is like, it was obviously a big thing, and like for a very long time, you guys were rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications of this? How would it affect gearing and progression? And like, I guess, like, firstly, what has been kind of the use rate of asynchronous trade?
Yeah, tell us what happened.
People been using it.
So we were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
Just under half were using the new system in PoE 2 so far. I expect that to go up over time.
Yep.
Yeah, especially when you
Is
put it
this
to
like
PoE
compared
1.
to the existing stuff? Or?
Well, that's just compared to people using normal trades. you know, from
any
one
other.
person to the other.
Okay,
But there was a little bit of filtering, like, okay, if it's like with your friend, do we count that or not, and like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like that we would need to sort of look at to see, like, you know, questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found, like, I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the old one because I want a thing a bit cheaper.
But then the reason why they're more expensive is because of the fact it's easier to buy them, so therefore people are willing to pay more.
And then
So you've got this sort of
most
stock
people are
market
like,
effect.
I'm just going to pay the extra cost because I can't be bothered with it.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's me.
I agree. I'm one of them.
Right.
Cost of money, yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's important to know as well, and I just want to always verify this. If you are a PoE 2 player and you do have your merchants tabs, you have them in PoE 1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
It's good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
So, what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing, and like, is it as, you know, I guess as bad as you feel?
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by.
I think as soon as it gets put into PoE 1 with how the player base plays, you're gonna see it. Like, if it was hard to find in PoE 2, I think it's because of maybe a newer player base, a newer game with not too well-defined sort of, oh, this is how much, whatever. Like, PoE 2 is still very new, and I think that heavily influences prices and, like, currency rates and all of that. And PoE 1 is very much settled science, yeah? So as soon as it enters PoE 1, you're gonna fucking see the implications of it. Because people know, we trade with Chaos and Divines. Chaos and Divines are worth roughly this much. It's usually around the same shit. You get them at this rate, blah, 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 blah. And this item is this rare, blah, 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 all that shit. Like, the changes, I think, are gonna be much easier to see on PoE 1.
Much higher degree, to the point where, like, it honestly, you know, like, just should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like now worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yes, Jonathan was asking me before this, like what has been my feeling of like how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade does kill the values there. And that, like, I mean that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold and PoE 1, and like we'll sort of be interested to see there. But it's like
we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with PoE 1 as well, just because there's so many more items. Like there's so much more going on. So like maybe the breadth of the economy will kind of change the dynamics a little bit there. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Well, like it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain like your starter endgame gear for 5 exalts total. Like you can buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's obviously there's a big impact there.
For sure. I mean that's that once again that is the fear, right?
It's just like the standard now. The bar for like the quality of our gear is raised to a certain point. And then I guess that has follow up questions like, you know, as to how powerful crafting is, how powerful like item drops are when you first get to early end game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously, there's like there's a whole like follow up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at what all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And that kind of thing as well. Like, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to PoE 1, I suppose, like, even though we've got this experience now with PoE 2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the PoE 1 economy. And there, you might have to be some adjustments. But it's going to come down to the individual.
I mean, either way, though, like the amount of people I saw just being like, please just deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it.
It's just like, but this is the thing, right? Like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like there can be problems and we'll adjust for them, but we still have to do it anyway.
But of course, like,
so you know, like
it's such an improvement.
I'm loving it.
I'm excited. It's good.
It's so good.
It's very, very good.
Yeah, it's still going to be interesting to explore this, like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like if we start to see things over time.
That would be cool. But yeah, that's crazy to think about, you know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market and like, holy, we're not
actually
are we the same people
back then to say.
We are, but you know,
I know. I'm not.
It's like
it's a good thing. It
is.
It's healthy evolution. It's good.
Yeah.
Jonathan's not sure.
So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely returning after rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that like some sort of horrible mercenaries are planned to come back, or is it more just about like having the duels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intentions they come back, there's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And it's very hard to develop how it goes into core straight away, because then you'd be working on that, and some things might change, and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way, 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 way easier to let it end, be able to process everything all in one collective, and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or you know, less skilled players experience tool. But like, what does it look like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and you know, there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then you know, all the way through to you know, were we happy with how they were itemized? Like, you know, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like, you know, so there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information. So yeah, generally, when this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later.
I think mercenaries are fucking cool, and I'm really happy they're bringing them back. They were obviously a little bit too stupid, especially the whole Doriani thing. But I do think that you should be able to do that. It seemed a little too free, maybe. But the Doriani thing was really fucking cool. I think, at least. But yeah, obviously, the mercenaries should be at a risk of death with Doriani stuff. But I think it's fucking cool, though. I would like to see, or I'm looking forward to seeing them coming back.
Because it's given us enough time to work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know?
Fundamentally, though, like, so I quite liked mercenaries, but I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always, like, you always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
Well, it would be mandatory, right?
And that would be and then this is the thing with additive power like that as well. Is like the moment you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah,
and that's answering that question. I think is like,
so that's part of the trying to figure out. Then,
you'd have to have a reason.
If you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts, and
exactly,
like, will we now have to start watering down the power system?
Exactly, right. There's questions there. But I think there should be a way to bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for just the game overall.
Yeah, so I imagine it. When it comes back, it'll be some sort of more like limited or
maybe. Honestly, it's hard to say. It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, like I imagine there's like a lot of different ways you could go with that. Whether it's like, they're tied to a skill gem, or they're tied to a certain ascendancy, or something like that. Right. But I mean, it's a cool design. Like it would be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just how.
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
You promised. When you said mercenaries and then the graphs, and I was like, what's that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks up all the entire city? I was like imagining Exiles just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, I would have just turned the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber. Yeah. You know, with all their just like league mechanics just killing everything for them, you know.
Katamari, thanks, Charlie. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari ball exiles. So we did touch on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the Trathan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. But something that I saw that was an interesting question was. So at one point, Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to like make them more interesting, and they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough. And this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like make it better and change this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like, because we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have the levels, and it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie, the answer's the same as everything. We have to pick our battles. There's more battles than can be fought. And so, and the same thing, I was like, okay, well, look, if we're not doing this anytime soon, then yeah, we should do this QOL change, and we'll make little incremental improvements to them all the time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs some love for sure, and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually. So yeah, I mean, it's hard
eventually.
When I don't know. You never know. You never know with these things, because we assess the battles every time, and we try and pick the best fought ones. And I know there'll be some people who are like, I should be your number one priority battle. But like, I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So, we try and make sure we,
Heist is a tricky one because like, I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to like, what is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it a just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making?
For sure. Wow.
But it's also like simultaneously, it is quite well loved by the people who like it, and it had like a lot of flavor and cool characters and stuff in it. Like that. So it seems worth salvaging.
It's definitely rich of character involvement, NPCs and lore and stuff like that. So it's nice, and it
I named my daughter after one of the characters, so you better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
That's weird.
Who was that? Was it
Talina?
I was going to I was going to suggest one of that crazy character.
That would be an interesting name for my daughter.
Well, I don't know why you named her that. That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay? It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling. At one point, I think like Path of Exile 2 was kind of like the thing that people were looking for to help save kind of the campaign experience for PoE1. But obviously it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah.
But you've done some nice improvements, like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek out new players now, so it might not be as important as it once was, but
I would argue it's more important.
Interesting.
Because those campaign changes are what helps it keep fresh for people who are replaying the game.
True.
It's actually it's way more important for the existing players. So yeah, it is something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Great.
I liked the adding things, like different things happening in different zones, and you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in 327 for that, but it will, at some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently. If not on a patch by patch basis, at least like, every year you get a certain set of them and stuff like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh. I also like the things you just get to integrate like some other random league into the campaign somewhere in a few areas. It's like, these areas are being overrun by X or something. It helps it feel a little bit cool, and the world is changing, and it's not just this static thing all of the time. So yeah,
I like the deeper integration of league mechanics into the campaign that you've been doing in PoE2 and to a lesser extent in PoE1. It's cool. That's good. It's a good way to
yeah. Mortimer's a good addition
as well. Did you ever have like a crazy fever dream where you like dreamt having like a league where you have some alternate leveling experience besides the campaign? I know that's never been a.
That would be a bit of a tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago, but don't know if we could really.
Yes, I've had some fever dreams about it, but I was just trying to remember what it was, but it couldn't work. I just remember.
Because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like, I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic question of like, another way to level for the people who just don't like the campaign. Like, I know that you just want to make the campaign as good as possible.
The whole like want another way of leveling is one of those things where you think you do but you don't, I think, because D4 has it and D3 has it, and it's fucking miserable. And it's not because you can skip the campaign, I guess, but because it would be even more miserable if you had to do the fucking D4 campaign. Dude, imagine having to slog through that piss every season. Now, the PoE campaign is actually okay. It's not miserable, at least. It's not, because D4 has a bunch of, like, stand around, listen to them, and a lot of, like, WoW style questing where go here, come back, go there, come back, go there, come back. Like, and you can't just go there, go there, go there, come back, because you can do that in PoE 1, right? Like, you don't have to come back between every quest. You can just fucking yeet. You can go until the path stops and then come back, hand in fucking 8th quest, and you're done, right? Whereas in D4, it's like, oh, now we go here. And then we do something, and then we go back, and then, oh, we go here, we do something, talk, we do some more talk, we do something, then little, like, yapping time, and then maybe a little, like, more yapping, like, in-game cutscene yapping, and then, oh, you need to go here, and then bring me the head of this thing. You come back with the head. Oh, you have the head. Now go get me the tail. And then you come back, and then, oh no, the camp has been searched for clues. Oh, pick up the head. Like, it's just... The PoE 1 campaign just feels like mapping with less rewards, honestly. Like, that's what it feels like.
Like, the answer is always, we'll make the campaign better.
Yeah.
But then I thought, yeah, like a league as a throwaway thing it wouldn't be that permanent.
And kill X amount of mobs, get X amount of pieces, like bloods, get X amount of heads, get X amounts of trousers. Like, ugh.
Problem that you have.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. That's why
you don't want to give something that's, well, the problem is they'll like directly compete and one will clearly be better, and then everyone will just do that.
You just make it really awful, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're
great,
right,
yeah, great plan. Let's just make some terrible content.
No one will ask for it ever again.
Cool.
What is it? Incompetence. Yes.
Weaponized incompetence.
No, I do want to keep making it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed. It is a thing in PoE 2, and we're going to start doing it in PoE 1. Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed drop that drops from the chest.
Yeah, it's great.
And I don't know how many people actually know this. I know it's not a secret.
The racers know.
Yeah, and then like I think like for example, the Molten Vault in Act 3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to do that thing where you get to like, and I want to make sure we're going to do this system in PoE 1, by the way, with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick.
Cool.
For each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like, what's it going to be in this area and this area? And so, it'll help ideally if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it. Which is still a fine strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want. But I don't know. Maybe you'll second guess some of it now, and you work out what areas you want to do. You know, I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having that be the case is always fun. I obviously understand though that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need it, right? You can just get to end game and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people want to play the new league in the campaign, and so you know we should take every motivation we can to try and make that happen, and that way the campaign can feel more enjoyable. Not just be seen as a thing I need to get through.
This might be me playing a bunch of D3 and a bunch of D4, but I really do not understand the criticism of the PoE 1 campaign. It is fine. Like, I know I haven't done it as much as other people have because the game's been out for like 10, 15 years or whatever, right? Like, but I have done it probably 15 to 20 times. Right? Like, I have done it. I don't pay enough attention, so I don't remember it still. Like everything. Maybe I've done. Wait, let me see. Let me just think. I started in Affliction. It's been like maybe 15 is on the high end. Maybe I've done it like 12 to 15 times because I've had. Maybe I've done more because I've had like 4 characters through it basically every fucking league, and sometimes more, sometimes less, but like probably on average like 4-ish. I don't know. The campaign is fine. Like it's not that evasive in terms of how you play. It's very similar to what you do at the end game. It's just your character's a bit slower. There's a bit less monsters. You get worse loot, and you can't pick your content, right? Like that's the difference, basically. But your character's gonna be slower, no matter what. Like there's no way you're gonna just, because what people want is they want to just start the end game immediately, right? And you're not gonna do that because your character's still level 1. It's still gonna be slower. Your gear is still level 1 gear, right? Like you're still not gonna have the 35% movement speed with the freaking crazy what's it called, just spam to move, because you can't get, say, blink, or you can't get like flame dash, or you can't get these skills even. So the experience is gonna be the same. Now all you're gonna trade is you're gonna trade out the campaign for, say, if you just go to maps, right? You're just going to trade it out for doing Rift in D3. And it was better than the D3 campaign because the D3 campaign was super slow and super boring. But the PoE campaign, you can kind of just run through as fast as you want, right? And the areas are static, so the faster you rush through, the more experience you're going to eventually get from the zone you're in to catch up, right? I don't understand the well, I do understand the criticism of the campaign because people want to do something else because they don't want to be at that level. But the fact of the matter is, no matter what you put in place, you're still going to be at that level. It's going to be the same experience, just a different coat of paint. You're never going to have something that feels new and fresh every time. Like whenever people ask for alternative leveling, it's just faster leveling is what they want. That is all they want. Now, one thing I think PoE does maybe lack a little bit that D4 and D3 have is the opportunity to get boosted or to boost your friends, right? Like, let's say I play PoE and 2 weeks into the league, I get Sovi talked into playing again. Now Sovi have to go through the campaign and he really hates that, so he never makes it to endgame. Whereas if I could just fucking open up a couple of tier 15 maps and boom, you're at the end game. There you go. We can start building your character. That's a thing. But it comes at a cost though, because now rather than you going through the campaign and it naturally being like a sort of handcrafted story driven thing where you're constantly being shown new shit, and it also, you have a measure of how far am I going? Like, how far am I into this? Because you remember the thing. Oh, I'm at this boss. There's this much left, right? Like, oh, I'm at this boss. I should be this strong, blah, 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 blah. Whereas if you don't do that and you do some repeatable thing like maps, or like in Diablo, it's rifts or pits, right? Like, it just becomes this, like, I do the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over again until I'm max level, rather than I do the same thing I did last season, like 3 months ago or 4 months ago, right? And it becomes the same little 15 minutes gaming experience, right? Again and again and again and again and again and again until you hit level. And it's just like and you're still going to have the shit experience because your character is still going to go from level 1 to level I can go fast.
But there'll always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it. So it's really the fight to keep it as feeling as fresh as possible, and with heaps of stuff going on. But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like, you want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a league. You know, imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on? You know, so you know, like it even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And I think like the ones that have had less impact on the campaign have certainly been a little bit less exciting for that
for sure.
initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for sure, because it's just the same as before, except kind of honestly maybe worse. You know, and then you really want to feel like the world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging with you didn't before, and you know. Anyway,
I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to rep the diverse opinions out there for that one.
Oh, for sure, it's commonly brought up. It's always worth discussing. 100%.
It's a classic.
We compromise on gold. We compromise on trade. You know, it's always good for people to ask what else
I like to check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
Yeah, see where we are and what you know. Like nothing's set in stone forever. Maybe this one is.
I really think that if you compromise on that, it's just gonna be a worse experience, right? Because more often than not, that new thing is just gonna be better than the campaign. It's gonna be more efficient because you're not gonna get stuck anywhere, and you're just gonna bash your head against the wall until you hit like the end game or whatever. And as soon as it's in, you can't take it back. I think it is just going to make one of the things PoE 1 or PoE in general has that's super cool that other games like Diablo has ruined for themselves is the races, right? Like first to finish the campaign. Like that is really dope content in my eyes. And it's also one of those things where when the league then starts and you're like playing and you're watching a stream, right? Like you're doing your thing and the stream's on the other, and it's like going, and you look and you're like, oh shit, he's in Act 2 already. I'm only like 2/3 through Act 1, and it's like, or if it's like, oh, I'm like a zone ahead of him or whatever, or I'm zone behind, but I'm 2 levels ahead of, like, it's just fun, I think. Whereas if you're just endlessly grinding the same freaking system like map or rifts or delve or whatever they decide to be the things, like, I mean, delve unironically could be a decent leveling system because you go deeper the higher level the monsters become. So if they were to do it with delves, I guess that could be a thing, but that sounds so fucking sleeper.
But we'll see.
Maybe next Q&A. We'll see. So a question that I saw that was interesting was how does GGG track bugs? What's the best way to report them? And the kind of like, the example was like they had a specific transfigured skill gem as like an ice golem that doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launched. So just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like,
unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is, okay, so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay, is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like, they should get attention eventually, but it's like, we have like, you know, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, it will be. And like, this is one of those things where like,
games.
like we have this thing where it's like, okay, here's something that might affect 0.1% of players, and like, it's really, really hard to prioritize that over like, you know, here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get some of them.
You might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems, could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or it's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added.
So, I was just looking. I just wanted to really quickly check if Blizzard said something about the infinite knowledge, and they did. It's been fixed, and now I didn't pay attention. So we'll go back. Sorry.
Okay. Here's something that might affect 0.1% of play by a certain deadline. Like, every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay, is this more important than getting this league finished? and it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like, they should get attention eventually, but it's like, we have like, you know, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, like it will be. And like, this is one of those things where like,
games.
like we have this thing where it's like, okay, here's something that might affect 0.1% of players, and like, it's really, really hard to prioritize that over like, you know, here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get some
You
of them.
might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems, could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or it's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up, and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and about how damage is dealt, and how, you know, something with conversion and dexterity, and, you know, not dexterity, and it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like, now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us? Just kind of just that.
And you get issues stuck in this hell effectively of like, you know, someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker, someone looked into it, they realized there was some annoying detail of it that would require some larger change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we're doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this, like, you know, when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have several thousand assigned to me in a version called unscheduled. I don't know what to do with this. You know, like, one day there used to be this optimism of like, one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean, ultimately, like obviously we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it. So if people do care a lot about it, then obviously we'll get some attention.
So to the point of the question, then, like, what?
If everybody's like, I want to use this transfigured lightning golem now, then they'll fix it instantly. So just get excited about transfigured lightning golem.
Can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important?
Generally, most of the media, like our community team, has a generally good eye on things that are more the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For the fine detail bug reports, our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent place.
That is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
So if you want to take like the time to actually document something that is like that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get the bug report forum.
The slash bug in game comes with like a thing, but that's more about like terrain issues, or like something that's like, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like, what the heck is this weird thing here? And it does give us a like recreate of the level, so we can come in and then like figure it out. But like, if slash bug going, a skill is broken, or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like, if it's like broken, and like if the level is bad, or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, slash bug is a good way. And then there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of tangential to that was like more affinities. Is this something?
You said dual stash tab. I thought you meant as in two stash. I was like,
well, I want more stash tabs in my stash tabs.
You had the quad one. You want to?
I want a half.
You want half of
what? Okay.
The item's too small. Dual.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a gray area. But like we so far have drawn the line kind of as just like, I mean, we've literally listed the rest of the stash tabs, and aside from adding new leagues and a whole bunch of new currency items here and there and stuff like that, it's been like, I don't know, I think that might be it. Like,
I think a dual affinity would go hard. I don't think we need a dual stash tab. I don't see a good way to do that. But an affinity to like auto send them. The only thing I could see is if you could make some sort of like red here, blue here, green here kind of thing. But I don't know. But a dual affinity would go hard. I must admit. I think if any dual needs a stash tab, it would be cluster duels, because cluster duels have so many different bases basically that it can get really fucking hard to realize what you have, where it is, and all of that, right? Like, absolutely, there should be a way. There should be in my opinion, there should be a stash tab where you have the small ones, you have the medium ones, and you have the big ones, and then you have all of the different types of them, like sorted into each of them, and then a way to sort between how many there are. But like, we have to not have too many sub whatever. But if I could just have, okay, I need a mana reservation cluster. Let me just go into my cluster dual stash tab, find the mana reservation one, and then look through what I have, right? Like, rather than I have a single stash tab that's dedicated to cluster duels, and I have to sit and read through all of them to find the one, or search, I guess, is the option. But yeah, a cluster duel stash tab would go hard, but otherwise for regular duels, just an affinity, I think would be nice quality of life.
Until we add new stuff that requires new affinities, like maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker, so whatever. But then it's like, yeah, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort. People may disagree with me, and fair enough, you can. But that is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon what it is. With an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are, and then make a decision. And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab and then look at it later and make the decision. And I understand with the trade system before, what actually people were doing is just dumping it, and then if they get spam for messages, then looking at it.
Yeah.
You know, there's stuff like that. But yeah, I do want to make sure that you actually are reading the modifiers, assessing if it's a good item, and then making decisions on it as part of your cycle. And you can work around it. That's up to you. But yeah, the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean? Like, and you could argue, well, I can look at it and then control click it and it auto sort. But you know, I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like, well, you should change that, and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and you know, we'll be at a disagreement there. And again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement.
I mean, I do agree with him that you shouldn't just auto sort everything. I very much agree with it, that it's just, for duels specifically, they're kind of small, right? And especially if you're using quad tabs, they're just really fucking small. So having it so that they sort into an area would be nice. It's not something I'm super freaking passionate about or anything. What I'll generally do is I'll look at the duel, I'll see, is it something worth saving? Is it something that's shit? Like, and I'll say, is it high enough eye level that I'll save it in case I need to craft a duel or something? And I'll put them all into a tab, and that's that. Throw the ones away I don't want, sell the ones I want to sell, use the ones I want to use, and then have a bunch I can just save for rolling. But I think the cluster duel one, I think they need to relent on that one, because cluster duels are not just an item piece, right? Like, they have mods that you want to sort by. And I think that is what you should do. What you should make a stash tab for.
I don't mind. So that might just be where it is, and I don't know. We can reevaluate in the couple Q&As from now. You know what I mean?
I think on the affinities tab, on the affinities side of things, chat's mentioning there's like a few in Pee-wee 1 that are kind of missing, maybe like incubators and stuff.
Oh no, they are missing. It is our intention to add this.
Okay, yeah.
For that, more like fungibles and stuff like that, like non-modifier stuff, that it is an intention to add that, yes, 100%.
Cool, nice. Good to know. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So that's probably the ones that
I mean, we did that in PoE too. We were always like, oh, we're going to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if we want to. So we still need to go through PoE 1 and add some affinities
Incubators
that don't have stash tabs for sale or anything like that. So yeah,
done some really good click-based quality of life, less clicks. I'm always keen to see, like, for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating Harbinger shards in particular.
I do think that incubators could get their own tab, though, right? There's a bunch of different ones. It could be nice to have I want my currency incubator. I want a currency incubator. Click, open up, see which one you want. Right? Like, kind of like the map tab, but just with incubators. I think I would pay for that quality of life. I would. Absolutely. I think that's a decent idea. I mean, it's not necessary or anything. It's quality of life, right? I don't want it to be with everything, right? Like, I don't want it to auto-sort my armor. I don't want it to auto-sort my weapons and all of that. For cluster duels, I think it would be a good idea because there are a lot of reading to do, whether or not you want to, like, if you are identifying a cluster duel, right? And if you're just tossing all of your cluster duels or selling all of your cluster duels or whatever, and then buying the ones you need, you're never going to run into this issue. But if you're playing SSF or some sort of SSF, right? Like, you will save the cluster duel, and then you will, when you want to get a cluster duel, you'll go look at it, and you'll go try and find your cluster duel. And the fact that you have to sort them into a tab and then afterwards sort through them to figure out which one is kind of annoying. So having here's the one for claw damage, right? Like, here's all of the ones you have available. And you can sit and look through that list rather than everything you have. I think that would be really good. And I think that's something they should relent on. Absolutely, they shouldn't be like, oh, you just have your inventory and you just and then chest goes here, weapons goes there, jewels go there, cluster jewels go there, incubators go here, currency go there, whatever else you can think of, just I completely agree with that, 100%. But for certain things, the stash tab is not so much, in my opinion, the stash tabs are not for unloading your inventory. They are for creating the overview of your entire stash. And there are just some things where you just have to read it to know if it's good. With armor and stuff, it has a specific art icon, right? Like, you can see which one is the Vaal axe. If you're looking for the Vaal axe, it's a freaking massive axe, and you know how it looks. So you open up your quad tab, you can see, oh, I have 7 Vaal axes. There. Oh, I want the royal plate or whatever. There, right? Because it has the art and you recognize it. But you can't do that for cluster jewels. You can do it for incubators because they have the little icon. So they're already there, kinda. But you get so many incubators that it just becomes, and they're a small icon just like the jewels. It becomes kind of unreasonable to sort through all of it. So I would like incubators to have theirs just to make some order to that chaos, and cluster jewels to make it less like I need to read every single cluster jewel. That's my take.
Like, it's pretty painful to farm for people that enjoy that, but you can only do it for a brief stretch. And Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I think we did do something with that, and
yeah, it
came up when we initially were speccing all the QOL changes and like things that are just like easy wins and improvements. It came up. I just don't have 100% memory recall on if we decided to do it like now. It might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might just be like already like. I think what we do is drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones, but like fewer overall stacks. Higher more in the stacks and less of all the pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway. So hopefully we did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar and will come soon.
Cool. Nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like, what? We need 10 quality of life improvements for each update, right? It's like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's you get those nice little teasers, like pretty hype building in the lead up to it. I'm like, oh yes, give me that quality of life.
It's very important for a game again with so much replayability and people coming back and playing that you just start you remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, and in some regards.
Yeah, but the friction needs to be gameplay, not bad menus and like lack of shortcuts and tedious what's it called, the management of things, right? Like,
but like there's things where it's like, you know, this obviously doesn't need to be this way.
It's all the little things that erode your enjoyment over time.
And honestly, there's a little bit of a time factor to it. It's like the longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now. We've added some other like friction and something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it over here. You know, you don't want it to become a spreadsheet, for sure. But
but like friction. Good friction is like, yeah, I have to do blight to anoint my necklace. I have to do whatever. Oh, for fuck's sake, my brain, man. You got like stuff like that. It's like, oh, I have to go back to town when my inventory is full, right? Like, I have to. I don't know about identifying items, but it's there. Stuff like that. Not, I have to drag every single. They're changing that now. That's why I'm picking it. I have to drag every single little card out for it to be revealed when I toss it onto the ground, right? Like, that is not good friction. That is carpal tunnel simulator.
At the end of the day, you don't want it to just become, as we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to, everything will have their little thing. It's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, you know, manual intervention, you start removing some of the other ones and streamlining them. And it's because the game is so replayed for so long, it's really, really, really important at this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league to make sure that, you know, you don't just get a build up of, you know, annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yes, and my hands are very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
yeah, good.
Sweet relief.
I mean, those ones are always a good win, but like some of them, you know, like the Spectre thing and, you know, the heist thing. There's so many that are just like, I mean, are they QoS?
Yeah, the Spectre and the heist, right? Like, those are friction that could or could not be removed, right? Like, the Spectre's permadying, I mean, them not permadying is just going to make them more powerful. It's also going to make them less profitable, right? So there's a change, but you got to drag every card out or whatever else they've removed, right? Like, that is just something that needs to change, right? You want friction in gameplay, not in freaking UI and stuff.
Well, yeah, kind of. I mean, they do improve quality of life to some regard, but it's honestly kind of balance as well. It's just like, you know, it doesn't need to be this way anymore, so let's just change it. But yeah, I don't know. We try and think of as many as possible. I love my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo cards through. I love the ideas.
Bingo cards
they can
going.
look, if you don't have 20, it doesn't have to be a 5x5 grid. You can make a 2x2 bingo card. It can if you can't think of more than 4 things, or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card is also fine.
Stretching the definition a little bit.
You know, we do take a moment to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And we try and come up with something. So yeah,
it's good.
I don't know. It's actually quite a fun process, and yeah, I think this time around we've got some pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious thing. But
yeah, Woo-hoo, pretty nice.
The card thing is really big in my opinion.
Thank you very much, guys, for the
that really
chat today. I look forward to playing this some more. And we'll see you fine, folks, in 327.
Yeah, excellent.
Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks again, and yeah.
Hopefully you guys enjoy the game.
See you later, folks.
Yeah.
PoE is amazing. I think they're doing good shit. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited. Okay. Right. I'm maybe not sure that the tweeters is the way to go. Let me just find the patch notes. Oh, that was easy. That was nice and simple. We'll get some music in the background. I I think we're gonna go with the Doom music just because it's fucking badass. And then we'll read. How long are they? Whoo! Okay. So we might have to prior a little bit of what we want to read and what we don't want to read, because there's only, I mean, I guess we have almost 2 hours. Yeah, almost 2. Oh, we have 2 hours exactly, almost. Okay. The Breach Lords are advancing further into the outer world, establishing their ominous construct across Wraeclast. To stop their conquest, Aelith has founded the Order of Keepers of the Flame. Harness the power of the flame from Aelith and destroy the Breach infestations. I've been playing WoW. The Breath of Sindragosa, once and for all. Upon entering the Mudflats, yeah, we saw that. Protect her, blah, blah, blah. The gap is restrained. The breach hands space between dimensions. Slow them quickly. And just, yeah, this is old breach with a twist. You work more. You get the tree. You can get things from the tree, which is cool as fuck. I like how you get a thing, like a seed or whatever. It might be a seed actually. You put it in there, and you pick. Depending on where you put it, you get a reward. That's really cool. Maybe they are like, oh, this is a currency seed or whatever, but it looked like it was very much just a seed of a level. Oh, wow. The new thing looks crazy good. Okay, I'm getting a little excited here about the music. Yeah, these are the graphs, right? Leaks available. The hardcore variation of keepers are parented to the standard keeper equivalent, meaning if you die in hardcore keepers, you can continue in standard keep. See, I think it was Cicerin tweet about this. This, I think, is a very good change. I think this is going to make a lot more people actually try hardcore. Like, unironically, this would make me not opposed to trying it. Because if I die, well, I can just play, right? Like, my character's gone if I want to play hardcore, but I could just play standard. So yeah, there's an option. And then there's the challenges. 40, and if you do 36 of them, you get the thing. That's cool. Probably gonna try and do that. Oh, and then there's the totem pole that I don't care about. Okay. New content and features. Edit. Ooh. Here we go. This is exciting. This is the shit we're here for. New deck skill. Conflagration. Fire arrows into the air that rain down around the target area, dealing area damage on impact and leaving the arrow stuck in the ground for duration. If you move close to your arrow stock, it will explode, dealing area damage on impact and applying fire damage over time debuff, as well as causing other stock arrows in range to explode. This is kind of cool. I'm not too much into the whole like shoot a thing, drop a thing down, and walk over it. It goes boom. Generally speaking, I would like my build to be faster than that, although I haven't quite gotten there yet. New deck skill, Thunderstorm. Fire an arrow into the air, target location, deals area damage, create a thunderstorm which blinds enemies within it. Entering the thunderstorm will cause it to gain stages, and leaving it will cause it to dissipate. Leaving the storm while it's in maximum state will cause it to explode, dealing damage and triggering Thunderburst. You must use this yourself. Again, it's one of those things where you put it on the ground, you have to stand in there. Not really for me. It's cool as fuck though, but... So we got Somatic Shell, Int Gem, an additional projectile, kinetic barrier to enemy struck. Okay, so the barrier will absorb incoming damage. They're adding a bit of combo gameplay into PoE 1, huh? Oh. So this is kind of like a living bomb situation. Now, as cool as this is, where you put a barrier on a mob, you do a bunch of damage to that. Once it's capped, it explodes. and then it releases a target, like a projectile that seeks out another target, right? So it's like this self-propagating clear. I think might just be too slow for PoE 1, right? Because unless that projectile has like basically infinite range, because it seeks, right? So it needs something close to go to. That is just kind of dead on arrival, because you don't want to fire something and then fire something else at the thing in PoE 1, because you can just fire the thing that you were going to fire at the thing and save a button press and delete the entire screen, right? So this is going to have to be like you use it once in your map and then you blast it, it ruins the entire screen, and then the thing continues on to the next screen where it then propagates into a mob that you then go and you one shot and you go. And and that is still just one more button press than you otherwise would have, and more fiddly than anything else. So I wonder if this one's just dead on arrival. The only use case I really see for this is the new Uber like the new Uber boss, the guy, the one with the long neck, with the roses you have to, where now in the Uber fight, he gets 2 ads with like the 2 other bosses spawn there, and you have to kill those. So if you then put the shell on one of them, burst it, and it goes on to the other one, you burst that one, preferably both of them are dead, it goes to the boss, right? And then you poof. So you get like a nice like 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. That's the only use case I can really see it not being too slow in. Because the other fights that has ads on, the boss are not there when the ads are, right? Because you got Maven. I guess it could work on Maven, I guess, with the brain phase. Especially if you can make multiple projectiles come out of it. You hit the brain, it easily goes to the other ones. You hit there, it goes back to the brain. You get sort of a ping pong situation. Maybe. It's also one of these things where this is sort of clearly a supporting skill, right? Unless you can use the somatic shell itself to do damage to the somatic shell, but I'm not sure you can. So it's like, well, I only have 1 6-link available. Maybe I got 2, right? Whereas in PoE 2, you got the whole... You can have as many 6-links as you have gem slots, really. This one seems a little out of place for me. Alright. Kinetic Fusillade. Manifest a hovering kinetic anomaly. After a short duration, it's flung at an enemy, causing an explosion and impact and chaining to further targets. Attacking again will reset the duration for all active anomalies. And they'll try to target different. That's cool. It's one of those things where you press the button and you don't really get anything out of it when you press it. But at the same time, you can also then send it when you start the map and then run into mobs, and it just... it seems a little stop and go. I'm not sure it's for me. Kinetic Rain. So that is probably the one where they leave on the ground. Swing your wand to cause a number of projectiles to rain down within a large area in front of you. Correctly targeting location of enemies in the area. The location where each projectile will land is shown. It explodes when hitting the ground and triggering kinetic anomaly. And the kinetic anomaly is the one they run into, and then it explodes. Now, the fact that it is a basically rain of fire, where it does damage when it lands, means that I might want to use it. But I'm not sure, because it seems like you'd want this balance around them actually walking into the ball afterwards. So the question is whether or not the initial, like, rain damage or whatever is going to do a pittance of what the explosion's going to do. Wall of Force. Now, this one is fucking cool. Creates a wall of force which allies and enemies can pass through. Allied projectiles can chain, or which can chain will collide with this wall, chaining off it to nearby targets. Projectiles collide with a wall of force, cannot collide with any other further wall of force. Oh, so you can't make it like a... So they have to be able to chain. You can't just bounce it off them, or... Because what I thought it was is you make the wall and you can bounce any projectile off it. But it seems like they have to be able to chain off it. Because I thought maybe you could get like a double shotgun kind of situation. Where they showed it with kinetic, whatever. Whatever the kinetic thing is called. Where it like... But I don't think that changed, right? That forks. So I thought it was just like you can bounce stuff off it. It would be kind of cool. Take Fireball, for instance, right? Like, but then it has to pierce. But yeah, they are adding the combo gameplay into PoE 1 here. Because this Wall of Force does nothing on its own. But it can give you double projectile damage on bosses because you'll hit them once and then hit them again. It probably make chaining projectiles like much better on bosses than they are. I really like this. This is super cool. It's also one of those things where there's not too many things I'd want to support with it. Obviously, that depends on what works with it. But it's one of those things where, yeah, you kind of just put the wall up and it does what it does. And maybe you want to increase the duration. Maybe you can do some shit to it. But generally speaking, it seems like it's just a one skill wonder. Or sorry, one slot wonder or whatever. One socket wonder. Maybe with a duration on it. I would look into using Wall of Force. It just, if it's only chaining, because it does say allied projectiles with which can chain. Does that mean which can chain? Do they have to have chain on them, or do they just have to not have the cannot chain tag? I assume they have to be able to, they have to have active chain on them. I should get my little notepad started. We're definitely gonna ride Wall of Force here. Because that's cool as fuck. I want to try and do something with that. New intelligence transfigured. Kinetic rain of impact. Okay. Swing your wand. Same thing. Shower down. Locations where each particular land are shown with markers before the fall. They explode when hitting the ground, dealing area damage. Alright, so kinetic rain where it leaves the little balls. Maybe we do kinetic rain of impact. That sounds kind of cool. Kinetic rain of impact. Now that is exactly, you take it. They just literally took the thing I didn't like about kinetic rain and they removed it. New dexterity support, wind burst. It's a support gem. Support, it says that. I'm fucking stupid. Supports attack skill, causing them to trigger wind burst on hit after you've traveled a certain distance. Wind burst, is that the one that knocks them away? That sounds sort of mediocre. Wind burst knocks them away in PoE 2, right? Like you get it on the aura thing, right? Or we'll see. If it's a knockback, it's dead on arrival for me, at least. New intelligence support gem, living lightning. Yeah, so that is the little lightning thingies. They're kind of cool. They're kind of cool. Like you get these little sappy boys. Not for me though. It's minion builds, so. Added over 20 new uniques. Okay. 3 new wand base types. Blasting wand, kinetic wand, and somatic wand. These all share the same implicit modifier, and they cannot roll. Jesus. Okay. 6 new ring-based types. Oh, that is the that's the new breach rings, right? Cryonic, so that's cold probably. Enthalpic, formless, fugitive, organic, and synaptic. Maybe I have no idea. Cryo just sounds like freezy. Formless, fugitive, organic, synaptic. Cool. Looking forward to seeing what's on those. 5 divination cards. Introduce the Foulborn Orb, which augments a magic item with a new random modifier with a... Oh, right. So that's... this is a Greater Augment Orb. Okay, Greater Augment... Yeah, Greater Orb of Augmentation. This is Greater Eagle. This is Greater Exalt, right? Yeah. Introduce the Augmentation Implant, which augments a magic graft. Yeah. And then the Regal Implant is Exalted. Cool. Unstable, which corrupts, destroying it entirely or replacing the implicit with a powerful modifier. This does not replace the skill the graft will use. Okay, that's going to be interesting to see. Asynchronous trade, big. Can I still convert things? Can I still convert the merchant tabs? After update, you'll be able to upgrade tool your account on the... Alright, you can still do that. That was exactly here. Okay. Faustus is in your hideout. Cool. In-game trade market is also... Yeah, that's cool. Each town, you know... Yeah. Mass identification is cool. It's nice. Don't have to really do anything with wisdom scrolls anymore. Let me see. Oh, Faustus does it there. Rock does it there. That's cool. Oh, wisdom scroll drop reduction. Nice. When specters die, right? That's the you get the specters next zone. Stack decks is nice. What do you do? While doing so with shift, so you have to hold control shift and then right click it to throw them on the ground. Jesus, that's gonna be something to remember. Valobs, yeah, that's what they said. Oh, you can okay, so they just replace Remnants of Corruption with Valobs, so it's 1 less currency to care about. Cool. 1 less currency to carry around. Oh, added 5 new stash tab affinities. Incubators, scouting reports, ritual items, sanctum tomes. Nice. And settlers items. That's so good. That's very good. That's nice. Don't have to bother with that anymore. Add a new tab, the Fragment stash tab for Betrayal Fragment, which houses Syndicate Medallion and the All Flame members. Oh, yes. The All Flame members going. Nice. Nice. Refund, fully refunded with gold. Cool. Okay. Bloodlines. Added bloodline classes to the base game as new means of character customization in the end game. Secondary ascendancy classes. That's very cool. Introduce the Lonely Revenant Traumatic Fragments. Yeah, these are the Uber things. Oh, they increased the drop chains. Oh, wow. Okay, so they're just additive. So you get the same amount of the old ones, and then you also get the new ones. That's cool. The Feared Maven invitation now requires Cyrus and the Incarnation of Dread instead of Chayula and Adziri. That was made harder then. Chayula is obviously removed, and Adziri was just kind of easy. That's cool. The Maven invitation, the Hidden is now replaced with the Remembered, requiring Wizard's Courtyard of Wasting, Chambers of Impurity, and Theater of Lies. Right, so the 16.5 map bosses or maps, I guess, instead of the 4 or 3 breach bosses. Cool. Tier 17 map modifiers now grant item rarity, item quantity, and pack size at values similar to red map modifiers, except in cases where the item rarity, item quantity, or pack size have been specifically augmented to be higher. So tier 17 is less good. Tier 17's maps can now sometimes be corrupted to have 8 modifiers. Okay. Evolving shrines from the domination scarab of evolution now reduce the chance for monsters to upgrade rarity every time a monster upgrades rarity. But wait. Okay. Oh, so it's less high rolly, but you get. Wait, what? I guess it's more consistent. Abyss Scarab no longer cause Abyssers to spawn hordes as they travel. That was so good though. Cause the Abyss pits in the area that do not lead to Abyss depths or spawn Abyss travel will spawn minor Stygian spires. RIP. The hordes were good though. They were really good. They were really they gave you a lot of shit. I enjoyed them. Additional bosses from Blight Scarab of Blooming no longer spawn extra monsters in their wave. Additional bosses from Blight Monster Scarab of Blooming no longer spawn extra monsters in their wave. Huh. Cartography Scarab of Risk now has a limit of 1. There's enough. The following maps have been added back. Don't care. Following maps have been removed. Don't care. Map tiers and location have been shuffled. Yeah, as usual. As usual. As usual. Atlas passive tree. So they've removed all the breach things, right? That's the first one. And beyond is moved from left to the right. Okay. The straight and narrow notable paths have been reinstated. The guarded hordes no longer grants veins and chests. All of this, I don't know. Oh wait, maybe this that grant 5% increased rarity of item found in maps and 1% increased quantity. Grant 3 rarity and oh, so just enough. RIP. 4 small paths on the interior of the Atlas now grant 2 increased rarity instead of effective explicit modifiers. Oh, they did something to that, right? Like, so the small passive in the mountain now grant 5 rarity, previously 3. Explicit modifier. Oh, they're taking the explicit modifiers out. Oh, okay. That sounds like a bit of a nerf to... Okay. Breach League uniques are no longer upgraded from Breach Blessings. Blessings now only upgrade Breach Stones. Breach is no longer a reward outcome from other content. The All-Flame Ember of Hulamag is unable to substitute it that fled in Keepers of the Flames League. Okay. Maldo's puzzle box cannot produce outcomes containing breaches or breach loads during Keepers of the Flame League. Okay. Heist, which previously could spawn breach reward rooms, can now spawn gold reward rooms, which drop a sizable amount of gold. Pre-existing breach reward rooms and blueprints will be converted to gold reward rooms. Wall breach will be unobtainable during Keepers of the Flame League. Oh, that's the skill gem, right? Rogues and Rogues Harbor will now start maximum level. Crafting gems, confounding gem side chests and heist. Blight chest now opens other blight chests. That's cool. Characters now required to have high gate in Act 9 in order to open safe house of June. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw something about people just zoning in and getting free experience for executing the guy. Syndicate medallions are now more common from high-level betrayal safe houses. Nice. You are now less likely to get high rarity divination cards from chest and betrayal transportation safe houses with Gravicus. RIP. That sucks, I guess. Makes sense though. He was really powerful. I wonder if you still farm it, or if it's just not worth it now. Harvest reforged crafts with guarantee a certain modifier type, such as reforged rare item with modifiers including a lightning. Will now respect modifiers on items which restrict modifier types, such as cannot roll attack mods. Okay. Oh, so you could do some shit there, I guess. Or maybe it was just annoying. When re-rolling recruits at Ralph, workers with expertise in mapping, disenchanting, or farming will have less chance to have expertise in other job types. I'm assuming because these are the expensive ones. The reroll with high quality recruits option now costs 16,000 rather than 20. Nice. Banning a commandeered shipment in Kingsman now warns you about the loss of crew members. Oh, okay. Rogue Exiles drop fewer regular items. This does not affect their bonus additional drop. Okay, cool. Gigantic Rogue Exiles are revived in the rituals as regular Rogue Exiles. I don't know what a gigantic Rogue Exile is, but sure. Oh, the voices and whisper during delirium are now considered ambient sound volume. Well, I want that. I gotta make sure I can still hear him. He's kind of fun. Player changes. Drowning orbs no longer drown the player faster when they have source of debuffs on you expire. Okay, spell suppression now prevents 40%. Oh, nerf to spell suppression. Oh, shit. Minions attack now inherently always hit. Remove those sorts of minion accuracy from the game. Although existing items... Oh, existing items. Yeah. Sources that specified other rings have been changed to clarify their work with the opposite ring. It's because you can get a third ring slot now, I guess. Okay, skill gem changes. These are big, I guess. Chain Hook of Trothers. So 2 more targets, 4 more chains, 25% more damage. Cyclone, 20% more damage. Cyclone gaming? I do like Cyclone. Bladefall, 4% more crit. Cool. 5% more crit. Okay. Damage has been increased by 50%. And 4% more base crit. Bladefall of Volleys. Crit, I guess. Blast Rain of Trothers. Bigger radius. 20% more damage per second. Link Arrow of Prismatic Cloud. Deal roughly 20% less damage with their elemental arrows attack. And minion duration is 5 seconds, previously 20. I wonder if that's a buff or a nerf, but that sounds like a massive nerf. Link Arrow of Bombarding Clones, 33% less damage. Oof. Bone Shatter. Bigger buff to damage scaling from trauma. Convocation is now a white gem. And no longer has any... Okay. Dark Pact, base crit of 7. Sacrifice 12. Previously 8. Okay. I guess that gets the same. Oh, it's a buff though. Nice. Base radius of bigger. Attack speed of faster. Mana cost as less. Okay. Explosive concoction. Ugh, that's a lot. Is it up or down? It's up by the looks of it. So the scaling goes up at least, right? Yeah, it's up. Okay. And so with the... I don't care about the concoctions. Exsanguinate. Buff to that. Buff to the Transfigured as well. Flames of Judgment. Granted by Atziri's Rule Staff. Penetrates double the fire resist. And double the ignite chance. Hex Blast. 200% more damage with hits of Hex. Buff. 9% more damage with element. Buff. Hex Blast of Contradiction. Again, buff. Mirror Arrow of Prismatic Clones. nerf. I don't know about the... I would assume that duration down is a big nerf, but it could also be that you can't summon new clones when they're there, and they just kind of don't do anything after you summon them, but... I don't know. I do think people were playing this last league, right? So it would make sense to get nerfed, which means we're going to see... what is it? Volcanic Fissure of Snaking down here. Or maybe we're going to see the support gem. Poisonous Concoction is getting buffed, and I don't care. Placed Pyroclast mines no longer have an aura. Okay, they instead now apply an aura that inflicts fire exposure. Okay. 35% more damage at all gem levels and fire additional projectile for every 3 pyro mines and detonation sequence. Cool. Sabotage, damage, more projectiles, and fire exposure aura. Reap is 15% more base fizz. Okay. Shield Cross of Chieftain is less expensive. Siege Ballista of Trathus, more damage. Spectral Helix, more attack speed. And more damage. Trathus gets the same, I guess. Spectral Throw. That's a decent leveling skill, right? At least for a bit. Cool. I guess it's getting the same on the materializing. Yeah. And the Trathus one is getting the same as well. Storm Call of Trathus. Quality now provides... Wait, no. Now deals 15% more base physical damage per second. Okay, Storm of Judgment. Again, the unique stuff. Was getting the double pen, bigger radius. Cool. Storm Rain of the Fence. Arrow now fires beams every little bit more often. And each arrow can do 20 beams, previously 14. And you get double as many beams from quality. That seemed pretty good. Storm Rain of the Conduit. More beams. Beams significantly more often. I guess significantly more often at level 1 and decently more often at level 20. Quality is double the amount of extra beams. Cool. Sunder wave can now restart up to 3 times. Previously it was 2. Okay. Now fires projectiles. Winter Orb now fires projectiles more often. And... oh. Now has 80% more projectile frequency while channeling. Previously 125. Okay, so... I wonder if that's a net buff or a net nerf. The base version of it is better, but if you're channeling while it's going off, I think you're getting a little bit less. Volatile Dead. Explosion deal more damage. Ooh, okay. Seething again, and Confinement has bigger explosion. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking, here we are. No longer has 50% more area of effect. Fissures will not automatically target enemies hit by the explosion of the previous fissure in the chain. Oh, that's a big nerf. Isn't it? Oof. Well, we played it. We're done with it anyway, so... but that's a... I'm not entirely sure what this means. If it means what I think it means, that's a massive nerf. Because what I think this means is the whole, like, you could get, like, triple hit or double hit or whatever, where you, like, it'll hit the guy and go back and hit the guy. If this means that it will never go back and hit the guy again, yikes. If it had a prio to go to that target, and it no longer has that prio, but it still can, then it's probably okay. But that's not what I'm reading. Maybe I'm wrong. Voltaxic Burst. Buff. Okay. That's a surprisingly few amount of changes. Actually, that's surprisingly few skill gems. For such a Jesus. For a PoE 1 expansion, this is a surprising few amounts of skill gem changes. Did they hit all the big offenders? It would be... Am I in PoE 2 right now? Yes. So Volcanic Fissure of Snaking is still Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice. That's not here, is it? That evaded buffs, or sorry, nerfs? Did people go back to... Did people go back to Volcanic Fissure? I thought it started out being Volcanic Fissure, and then people went and swapped into Forbidden Rite and Kinetic Blast. Righteous Fire? Well, I guess it might be a different... the endgame might swap things up, right? Because once you really get the currency, maybe the Righteous Fire just becomes it does enough damage and you just go... It could also be that something new came out with... something new was discovered. I need to go blow my nose. BRB. When the sneeze thing really gets your nose started, huh? I'm kind of surprised not to see any Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice nerfs. But it might not be the gem. It might be something else. And obviously I don't know what made the build tick. So... And I'm also not good enough to like figure it out. Let's say I take this guy. And it's like... Well, I guess maybe the Void Battery or the Whispers or whatever. This coiling, whatever, like, or one of these. Maybe it's one of these things that made it stupid. Maybe it's one of the nodes here that made it absolutely stupid. I did hear the Forbidden Rite of whatever was just insanely broken. So I was expecting it to get nerfed. But I guess maybe not. Or maybe it's like a... Maybe it's like a support gem here that just was just absolutely cooking it. Or... There's some sort of thing happening later on that will deal with it. Okay, so Val gem changes. So Ball Cyclone, 20% more damage. I guess that's the same as happening up here. I don't know why they have it. Just is this for the Val specific skill? I guess. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, support gem changes. Awakened Hex Touch support. So supporter skills now have less curse duration. Previously it was... So is that a buff or a nerf? What does Hex Touch do? Supported skills apply supported curses on hit. You cannot cast the curses. But I know that there's some things tied to curses with the less time left on the curse and something about curses expiring. So I don't know if this is a buff or a nerf. If we're just taking it at face value, it's a buff, right? Because the curse you apply lasts longer. Now, the question is whether or not you want the curse to last less, shorter, whatever. And it's also only... No, wait, it is also... for regular Hex Touch. Okay. Corrupting Cry, more damage. Energy Leech no longer has supported skills, deal more damage while leeching energy shields. Oh, rip. Big nerf, I guess. They now... Oh, they get it when they're full. Okay. Right, so it's like... If you're not on full, you leech. If you are on full, you get a damage bump. Cool. And then you get the damage when with the quality. Okay. But it's not more damage when leeching. It's just increased damage when leeching. So in that regard, it's still a nerf, I guess. But you get the damage when you're full. It's kind of interesting. Kind of makes more of a duality kind of thing, where it's like either or. Well, it literally makes it either you get the damage or you get the leech, right? It also... I'm not sure I like this, right? Because you get the more damage when you're full energy shield. But you only get the increased damage when you're leeching. So it's like two of the things it does only really works unless you get over leech on energy shield. And I don't know if that's a thing. It's kind of weird. Rupture debuff can now stack 4, previously 3. I guess that's good. Damaging aim is a support skill, now deal damage faster. So, faster, so buff. Now has 70% less duration. See, I'm not sure what this does, but... Spell Slinger support, they now deal 30 to 20 less. That's a buff. Nice. Ascendancy changes. Ooh, Chieftain. Nagamahu. How do you say that? Gamahu? Flames Advanced Notable now has... Wait, skill now has non-unique jewels cost small and... Oh, a buff. Non-unique jewels cost small and notable passive skills in a large radius to also grant 4 strength. Okay, cool. Champion. The Worthy causes now grant banner skills to have 100% increased duration, previously 50. Buff. Okay, so here's the Assassin rework. Which is Poison Boy, right? So you get 100% increased elusive effect. Unstable Infusion, Notable Ascendancy now grants 30% chance to gain power chance on non-crit, previously 20, and 15, previously 10, so just a buff to that. I wonder if these things are enough, right? Like, this is double effectiveness, this is a big effectiveness increase. Is it just doing what it did before, or is it reworked? They are removing Deadly Infusion, Ambush, and Assassinate, and Noxious Strike. So 3, I guess? They've been removed. Toxic Delivery. Poison you inflict, deal 20% more damage. So that's a nerf. No longer grants... It now grants 5% increased poison duration for each poison you have inflicted recently. So it doesn't give you crit, and it deals less multiplicative damage. Now this, all damage from hits can poison. That sounds really good. New notable called Assassination Style, which allows you to choose one of the following 2. Knife in the back, or for the juggler. Alright, so one of them is 100% more critical strike chance against low, and then 100% critical strike multiplier against low, and they have Calling Strike. And for the juggler is more critical strike against enemies. Wait, they're not on low, I'm stupid. So either you get critical strike chance on full HP and critical strike multiplier against low HP, or you get critical strike chance on high HP and critical strike chance against low HP and critical strike multipliers on multiplier on high HP. Am I stupid, or do I just, like, for the juggler, it just seems to be way better? But also, is it that hard to get 100% crit strike in PoE 1? It isn't, right? So this seems to just be, you get 100% increased critical strike multiplier and culling strike. And then it's just when you get it. And given that you one-shot everything, I would assume For the Juggler is better. But that literally just means that For the Juggler is just 100% critical strike multiplier. And that's it. I wonder if that's good enough for an Ascendancy, right? Because assuming you one-shot them, then it doesn't matter that you have more chance to crit at low life. And it doesn't matter that crits have culling strike. It just seems kind of weird. Both of them give culling strike, right? So why wouldn't you want your critical strike chance in the culling window? And when you have culling strike, like knife in the back, why would you want critical strike multiplier on low life when you have culling strike? Like, why would you want to amplify your damage on low life whenever you execute them on low life? Well, not on low life, but... I don't know, those seem weird. Those seem weird to me. Opportunistic is now notable behind assassination style and grants 35% less damage taken while there are at least 2 rare or unique enemies nearby. Previously 20% reduced damage taken. Following unstable infusion now notable called Death Marked, which grants trigger level 30 assassin mark on attack critical strike chance against rare or unique enemies, and you have no marked enemy. Marked skills cost no mana and marked enemies cannot evade attacks. Cool. Following unstable infusion is notable called Mystical Infusion. Base spell critical strike chance of spells is equal to that of your main hand weapon. If you're rocking spells, don't you run like a... I guess you'd want to run a... I guess you'd want to run like a wand with crit? Added a new notable called Shadowed Blood, which grants 40% of physical damage taken recouped as life and unaffected by damaging ailments. Okay. I'm not... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. People are happy about the assassin. That's cool. It's not for me, I don't think. Trickster. I'm assuming this is nerfs. Heartstopper notable passive skill now grants every 10 seconds take 50% less damage from hits for 5 seconds. Previously 40. And take 50% less damage over time for 5 seconds. So it's a buff actually. But this one is probably not used at all, right? The Soul Drinker notable Ascendancy passive skill no longer has 20% increased attack and cast speed while leeching. That sounds like a big nerf. Spellbreaker notable passive skill no longer has plus 20% chance to suppress spell damage and now has prevent 15% of suppressed spell damage while on full energy shield, previously 10. Okay. So you lost 20% chance to suppress, making it harder to cap suppress. To gain 5% basically more suppress. But suppress is already getting nerfed by 10%. Oof. The one step ahead notable passive skill now has your action speed is at least 90, previously 108. Ooh. And nearby enemy wants to action speed as most. Okay, so you get 2% more than slow. Ooh, those were some trickster nerfs, huh? Also, I feel like they hit Trickster in the fun. Right? I understand it was very powerful, but you hit them in the movement speed and the attack speed, which is things players are gonna feel. Yikers. And then a little buff to Saboteur. 10% more cooldown recovery. Cool. Elementalist, the Leech of Primordial, now provides 50% increased effective buffs granted by your golems, previously 100%. Ah, rip. I was thinking about playing around with that, and it gets nerfed. Ripper, I guess. Necromancer, Corpse Pack, notable Ascendancy passive skill has 4% increased count for each corpse. Maximum 2% Previously 2. Okay, so double effectiveness, but still same cap, I guess. Pathfinder. Distiller. Wait, now grants bonuses to non-chilling. You are consuming 3 charges. Okay. Oh, wow. So 5% more pen. 100% increased critical strike chance. And... oh, wow. 12% more physical damage as chaos. Cool. 1. The lesson of season notable passive skill prevent 3% suppressed spell damage per bar below maximum from 2. So 1 up. Okay. Bark skin granted by the mother teaching notable no longer has mana reservation. Oh, cool. Okay. Passive skill tree changes. Replace the minion offense that grants. Okay. You get chaos resistant on a cluster instead of accuracy? That's insane. I think I found GGG's favorite archetype. It seems to be minions. Like, minions are insane and they've just been getting better, right? Is it just me, or have minions just been fucking stupid the entire time I've been playing PoE? And now they don't need to invest into accuracy anymore. Also, instead of accuracy, they can just now get chaos resisted. Also, their specters don't die anymore. What is this? Favorite class, or? Okay, so there's unique item changes. These are going to be hard for me to really figure out, but they're changing the base types around. I guess that has something to do with the attack ones. Now provides 20 to 26 attack speed. Wow. That's a massive buff. Light radius, who cares? Adds 2 to 5 to attacks every 1% of your light. Oh, okay. Then maybe you care. Glorious Madness buff from Beacon of Madness. Unique boots. That's a nerf, I guess. Unless you don't... unless you shuffle it. Wait, no. That's a buff. Now inflicts a random touch debuff every 2 rather than every 1. Okay. Hinekora side amulet. Bigger spell suppress. Okay. Midnight Bargain. Unique one is now found. Whatever. Unique one is now found. Whatever. The Nebulous Unique Scepter now grants 5 to 10 elemental per 1% fire, lightning, or cold. Okay. So it was elemental based on one of them. Now it's... oh, sorry. It was cold or lightning based on whichever one, I guess. And now it's all elemental based on all of them. And then magnitude of implicit modifiers. Okay. The obliteration unique one is now found. Unique one is now found. Okay, so replica nebulous grants per missing. Okay. The replica of Twice-All unique one now has big increased fizz. Piscator's Vigil now found. Now found. Okay, so Twice-All unique no longer has socketed gems, fire an additional projectile. Rip. It now has... wait, what? Oh, this is the replica. Okay, then this is the regular one. Okay. Big damage. Oh, just 20% more at the top end. Attacks fire 1 to 2 additional protect when in offhand. Okay. Okay, so you don't have to have it socketed. Cool, cool. The Void Spawn minions summoned by the Servant of Decay now deal roughly 100% more damage. As they do. minions, I guess. Classic PoE minions get double damage just for the reasons. And also 3 times HP, huh? Yeah, I mean, as they do, I guess. Fucking minions, I guess. There you go. Wild shit. The Wine of the Prophet. Granting stolen rare. Okay. Oh shit, there's enough here. The Whisper's Infinity unique amulet has a 50 to 100 maximum energy shield previously. Oh my lord. Cut down to a quarter. Jeez Louise. Yikes, man. It used to give 200 to 400. Now it gives 50 to 100. Fucking hell. Get nerfed, I guess. Ew. The fuck? Okay. Yikes. Essence of Fear now grants increased minion damage on helmets. As they do. They don't need accuracy anymore, so they'll just give them more damage. Dude, our minions just gotta fucking rule the game. Runegraft of Recompense has been renamed to Runegraft of Reflection. No longer recovers mana cost. Per unspent chain when projectiles end. This now grants fire at most 1 projectiles. Fire at most 1 projectile. Skill chains 1 more time and they fork. I guess you'd want to use that on the... I guess it makes sense to use that on the skills where it's like, can modifiers to projectile count no longer increases projectiles but increase the amount of whatever. Then you might as well just slot this in, right? To get +1. Why not? Redeemer amulets can now roll prevent spell suppression. Okay. You can no longer obtain rings in Delve that have the curse skills have increased skill effect duration. Huh. Accumulator 1, Assembler 1, and Conqueror now has base critical of 8.5, previously 9. Yikes. 8, previously 8.3. So they're all getting 8 rather than what they had. Except these, they get 8.7. They get an attack speed buff as well. Okay. Flaying Knife and Glass Shank and Skinning Knife now have base crit of 8, so buff. Ambusher 8.3, 7.8. Prong, Dagger and Scythe 8.5. Hollow Point, Pneumatic and Pressurized buff. Gutting Knife and buff. Boot Blade buff. That's a lot of blades. Buff on the Copper Crest, Demon Dagger and all that. Okay, modifiers on Harvest High Ski are no longer. And is it just me or are these patch notes shorter than usual? There's less meat to this, which is kind of weird. I guess the balancing was in a decent spot, or Ruthless specific, we skip that easy. Refactored how monsters with physical damage converted to a mental damage scale with monster modifiers and map modifiers that grant physical damage gained as extra element. In general, these monster modifiers will have far less effect on high level monsters that converted most all their physical to a specific element. Monsters with physical damage converted to elemental damage scale with monster modifiers that grant physical damage as extra element. Okay. Right, so one of the things was, does it deal physical damage? Does it deal elemental damage? Does it deal physical damage and then convert it? Because if it deals a lot of physical damage, then those would add a bunch of fucking extra elemental damage. And they changed that. That's cool, that's a good change. They changed it. They have less life but more damage. Okay. Detonation speed of monster volatile cores can no longer scale with attack or cast speed. Okay. So some source of to ignore block, evasion, and spell suppression has been removed. And reduction on the tier 17 map modifier. Cool. I hated those. Maybe we can run them then. Malachi should now more reliably remove the invulnerable visuals from his life bar when he becomes targetable. Cool. Keurig League modifiers. Abyss now costs 3, previously 5. Oh, nerf. Costs 2 instead of 3. Ambush buff. Oh, sorry, increased price. And a buff. Okay, Strongbox is better. Anarchy, previously 6. Now there's... Wait, contain... Oh, wow. So you spend 2k as less, but you also lose 3 Rogue Exiles. Yikers. So this one's more expensive. You get extra shrines. Heist is just buffed. Legion costs 3. Previously 7. Oh, but only 1 Legion, whereas you got 2 before. Yikes. Settlers 2. Okay. Torment now costs 2. Previously 4. And you get 4 Torment instead of 8. Holy shit. Yeah, obviously these are removed. Quest reward changes. Who the fuck cares? User interface changes. Added an option in gameplay settings to prevent the game from pausing during gameplay. Okay. Added. Why would you pick that? Add an indicator for your current thermostatic dust to the recombiner. I guess you can see how much you have. Okay. By using an orb of alteration, you can now hold. This is so cool. This is so good. Like you get the you alteration into a 1 mod item, and you don't have to go swap again. That's so fucking good. That is so good. When multiple gems are able to be leveled up, there is now a button available to click. Oh, that's so good. The icons is cool. Skill gems traded will now have their level up dismissed and attack in place property reset. Oh, that's good. Reorder the list of currency items. Okay. Cursor size UI option has been changed to a slider. Okay. That's a bunch of bug fixes. Yeah, there's a lot less stuff here, huh? I'm kind of curious. Have I skipped a bunch of shit? Did I miss something? I don't think I did. Okay. That's cool. I don't really care about the bug fixes. I don't really remember there being any bug fixes that I'd be super hyped about. 7 days, 3 hours, and 48 minutes, boys. Oh, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be exciting. Right. Let's see if we can find something. To look at for the last little hour, 45 minutes. Let's see. There's a bunch of like 15-minute videos. Let's see. I wonder if there's a is there a list of the new bloodline bloodline ascendancies? Nah, I think there's only the ones we saw. So Rax has made a video now. He's usually just very what's the word? He usually just repeats what's there. It's usually very like just a recap. I think Fobgun has something. Maybe he has some insight. Well, he will probably, but the question is whether or not they're shared here. So let's see. He probably has some good shit to say. I would be surprised if he doesn't, but the question is whether or not it's in this video. Let's see what he has to say.
Still breach. So you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters. We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can.
Dude, looks so good. Kill monsters,
You're
get
still
loot.
mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies.
Hell yeah, dude.
This passive can result in birth uniques becoming foulborn. For example, this foulborn
Holy
pull rain no
shit.
longer has increased projectile pull rain.
Wait,
could replace the
Foulborn
mana gained on hit,
Headhunter. I
doesn't
like
prevent
that.
your bu-
Dude, Foulborn Headhunter.
I'm sure you'll come up with some.
Oh, that's
we'll
cool, dude.
leave it up tools
New
to play
skills.
with.
Okay,
It
okay.
creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing
Wait,
allied projectiles
what?
to
Yeah.
rip
That's
category.
old
Drop one
Frostwall. Wait, that's insane.
I want
Okay,
that.
power of some
Bloodline
of the bosses
classes.
they defeat. Much more often.
Oh, it's probably the Alt
While Priest of
Ascendancies.
Kopek, you have equipped.
It's like the Alt Ascendancies of Freshia.
The Ashabi, with the unseen hand, you can
Plus
equip
one
a
ring
third ring.
slot.
But you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet,
Oh.
no belt,
Oh.
or no flasks.
Oh.
Unlight Silhouette adds a
Yeah.
hefty life
Never
cost to
mind.
all your
Never mind.
spells.
Never mind.
But they deal
Hey guys.
As soon as I saw that +1 ring, but you have to give up your amulets. Like, amulets are just more powerful than rings, right? Or you have to give up your belt. And it's like, belt, I guess. But then you can't use fucking Mage Blood or Headhunter. So it's like, probably not worth it. Or you have to give up 4 flasks. Like, well,
I want to do a quick overview and my quick initial thoughts of the new 3.27 live reveal that just happened, probably yesterday if you're watching this video. Yeah, overall, this patch, my current TLDR is I think the league mechanic in overall league looks really fucking fun. I'm a big fan of Breach. One of my favorite league mechanics was actually the first league I really played the game. So again,
bro, maybe with Breach being the thing, maybe we go back to Righteous Fire. Because Righteous Fire, when there's a lot of mobs around you, just goes. Or we could try the Occultist Ascendancy. which just makes explosions on explosions that you don't really have to scale, and it's always satisfying to play.
Definitely something I'm looking forward to. Now, the patch notes itself for me is extremely underwhelming. The patch notes is definitely one of the weakest ones I've seen so far.
Yes,
it definitely should have been way more balanced changes. Overall, as my quick TLDR of what's in the patch notes, at least the stuff that matters the most in my opinion, for farms, the Alva raw currency farm is nerfed because the evolution scarab got nerfed. Abyss Force removed, so that farm's just gone. The Blight Scarab is nerfed. This Blight Scarab of Bloomin', it was bugged. It used to spawn like probably 20 uniques and 60 plus rare monsters, and now should just appropriately only spawn 3 unique bosses. But nonetheless, that farm is nerfed, so that farm is dead. Regular Blight is still good, still just solid, but the the Blight currency farm we were doing last league will no longer be a thing. Risk Scarab, you can only use 1 EMF device now. You can't stack them up to 5. I think it's a good change. I think using 5 risk wasn't that healthy for the game, and it really made the end game builds quite limited. So this is probably a fine change. Breach, the old Breach farm is dead. That is because it is the new loot mechanic. So hopefully the new mechanic Breach does bring some new farm with it. We'll have to wait and see how good it is.
It seems like it's a bit of shake-up for the end game, huh?
Rogue Exiles. This is just completely dead. Giants can no longer spawn on rituals, only regular exiles. Also, as a side note that I forgot to mention here, but Rogue Exiles also drop less loot. So even just the regular Rogue Exile farm that people used to do, that is also nerfed. We don't know by how much. They just said they drop less loot. Usually though, that kind of means it's probably most likely dead. This is a big one, map effect nerf. So there's 32% less map effect on the skill tree. So you generally had like 90% map effect at a full skill tree, and you're going to 58% map effect. So if you're wondering what are they changing, they're essentially removing all these small nodes here, increase map effect, in terms of like increase magic monsters or rare monsters, which is kind of whatever. So yeah, these are gone, these small ones here, and these small ones as well. And then these 2 travel nodes are also gone as well. So in total, you are losing 32% map effect. That is a massive nerf to endgame loot, because that is, pack size, quant, rarity, more currency, more scarabs, right? It's everything. So that is definitely a massive change. Also, as a result, this will make the endgame farms, every endgame farm, a whole lot easier. It also does nerf some other stuff too. For example, like Harvest, as Harvest want a lot of pack size, so you have less map effect, we have less pack size. So yeah, this is probably one of the biggest changes here, because this affects every farm in the game to a certain extent. So it's definitely a overall big change here. Now, another massive change that a lot of people might overlook is that tier 17 modifiers now also give pretty equivalent quant to that of tier 16 modifiers, quant, rarity, and pack size. This is pretty massive. On average, this is giving your map somewhere around 30% less quant than before, both in your tier 16.5s and in your tier 17s. And this is pre-map effect. So post-map effect, you're losing something like 50% quant per map, which is a lot of loot loss. Now, to say what this change actually is, so essentially they're making these modifiers, this one right here, where it gives 109% more currency, 31 quant, 19 rarity, and 10% pack size. They're making these special modifiers give less quant, less rarity, and less pack size, equal to that of a tier 16 modifier. So it should look something like this, where it's like 13 quant, 8 rarity, 5% pack size, but it'll still have that more currency on it. But yeah, as you can see, that will be a massive nerf to quantity, because you usually have 2 or 3 of these mods on your map, making your tier 17 and tier 16.5 a extremely juiced with a lot of quant. So yeah, that is another loot nerf there. And then also combined with the loss of mercs, if you didn't know, they gave you 50% more currency. So if we include everything, right, map effect nerf, tier 17 nerfs, and the loss of mercs, you're probably looking at around, in endgame farms, around 60% less raw currency drops. So if you're dropping like 10 divines every 5 maps before, it would now be 4 divines every 5 maps. It should be roughly around that range. Of course, this does also not count risk scarab. So if you're using multiple risk scarabs, that also heavily nerfs it. But either way, it's definitely a lot of loot. We are losing this league. They definitely nerfed a lot of the end game. And as a result, the end game is also going to be much easier to enter and much easier to farm, which, to be honest, I'm not the most happy about, because you do want something to grind for in this game, and if end game is going to be a whole lot easier and also a whole lot less rewarding, then there's going to be less to grind for, which does make the game a little bit less fun, in my opinion. Hopefully the new Breach is just insane and makes up for all of this. We'll have to wait and see. As a result, these nerfs don't really affect tile loot, which will probably make another comeback after this patch. Now, what is Tower Loot? A Tower Loot is essentially guarantee rewards from certain league mechanics. For example, you know, Legion boxes where it has like a currency icon over the head is guaranteed to give currency. Most of the time, stuff like map effect and quant doesn't really affect it all that much. So it's still just as strong post patch. So yeah, stuff like strong boxes, which are really, really good. None of these nerfs don't affect it too much. It does lose a little bit from the map effect, but it's not too bad. It's definitely not as bad as stuff like the Alba Farmer stuff. Ultimatum, people do this mechanic white already. We just do white maps. So yeah, Ultimatum didn't get touched. And I will say, as of right now, Ultimatum is probably the best mechanic in the game. It's probably the highest currency an hour if you do the dual account setup, where you play 2 accounts and the 2 ultis at the exact same time. It's been like kind of meta and, you know, pretty popular already before. Yeah, I do think Ultimatum with all these nerfs, because none of these nerfs affect Ultimatum because it's Tower Loot, probably does make it the best farm in the entire game. And also one last loot nerf for people that did do it is that Gravicious. The Gravicious farm is most likely dead. Essentially, Gravicious in the safe house for Cat Arena, you got Gamba div cards, or you got random div cards. You can get Mage Blood, Apothecary card, Divine cards were pretty common, stuff like that. But they reduced the chance to get these low weighted cards. So most likely the Gravicious farm that people were doing is most likely dead. Yeah, quite a bit of loot nerfs, quite a bit of endgame farm nerfs.
Wait,
there was also no.
What the fuck is this? Why the fuck is the timer there? How long has that been there? What?
No scarab changes
outside of the nerfs there all day?
Here, so the Evo Scarab nerf and the Abyss Hordes nerf and the Blight one, right? Besides that, there's been no other scarab changes confirmed so far. So TLDR, less forms than last league, pretty unfortunate. And there's no scarab changes, there's no map changes, and there's no league mechanic changes outside of Breach itself.
It's not just me that thinks it's underwhelming. At least it like. I thought it was a little bit short. It seemed a little underwhelming. There's not that many skilled things. There's not that many. You saw like a few nerfs to things, but not really any. Usually there's like, oh, we nerf these things, we buff these things, right? Like usually you'll get 3, 4, 5 builds completely nuked from Orbit. And usually it's be like, oh yeah, you've got these strategies that are addressed, and then others that were too bad is getting buffed up. Like there's so little. I wonder if it's the new, if they had to cut a bunch of things, and this is how it's going to be moving forward. Sad-ish? Or maybe it was just an off.
So yeah, there's really no real possibility of new forms also existing, which is kind of unfortunate. At least right now, going into the patch, if this is all the patch notes we have, yeah, it's just going to be essentially last league, but less farms, because yeah, they aren't adding anything new, so new forms can't really exist. Now, maybe they will introduce some last minute scarab changes. That's certainly what I hope for. Or maybe Breach is absolutely insane and we just blast Breach all league. That would also be pretty fun. As for the build meta, there really wasn't that much balance. And it's mostly why the patch notes are pretty mid for me, because yeah, there was practically like no balance in the patch notes whatsoever. They really didn't nerf or buff anything, which is honestly kind of unfortunate. One of the big nerfs they did was Volcanic Fissure of Snaken, and they killed Volcanic Fissure of Snaken. Yeah, Volcanic Fissure of Snaken
completely killed it.
No longer has the more AoE, 50% more. That's massive.
Yeah.
But most importantly, the Fissure will not automatically target enemies that already were hit by a previous Fissure in the chain. Essentially, this means you can no longer triple hit, you can only double hit on Fissure, which is a massive damage nerf. And then the AoE is a massive clear nerf. More or less, I say the skill is pretty much dead. Now, you can just play Earth Shatter instead. Earth Shatter is also extremely strong, and a lot of people will say it was already on par with Fissure. So yeah, if you do want to play slams, just play Earth Shatter instead of Fissure, and you're completely fine. Yeah, but as for patch notes, that's really about it. There's not much to really talk about here.
That's really sad.
They did nerf Bama, Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow, but outside of that, there really wasn't that impactful changes. They nerfed Econk for leveling. And yeah, that's pretty much like about it. A lot of these buffs don't really matter or do all that much, to be honest. I guess the biggest one is probably Volatile Dead. Maybe comes back into the meta as a cock Volatile Dead build. But yeah, that's really about it. There really wasn't that much balance changes whatsoever. One big nerf they did do was Spell Suppression. And this is definitely one that I'm not too happy about. Because yeah, Spell Suppression now only prevents 40% of damage from hits from 50%. effectively meaning you're taking 20% more spell damage from hits than you were before. Now, I'm not too happy about this because they did 0 Ranger changes, 0 Deadeye changes to the squishiest class in the game, which is Ranger overall. Just got...
Yeah, it is kind of weird that they just added the spell suppress nerf and they didn't put anything in to like make up for it, right? Like, you just take 20% more damage, basically. Now, there are a bunch of things that roll better spell suppress, so I guess they made some changes to it. But are they enough? They didn't change the... Did they change the thing on the passive tree, maybe?
It seems a little... So yeah, definitely a questionable change here. Maybe there is some skill tree changes that doesn't make this true. But currently, there is like absolutely like 0 skill tree changes. But maybe it's not done. Once again, I don't really know. GEG recently has stopped doing full patches after reveals, and they've been doing it over the week. So we don't really know, what's done and what's finished. Pretty unfortunate, but yeah, as of right now, there is no skill tree changes. Yeah, right now, the build meta is pretty much looking exactly the same. At the top end, you have Strength Stacker, End Stacker, you have Penance Brand. These are still all extremely top tier builds. Trickster did get nerfed, but it didn't get nerfed hard enough to where you just still wouldn't play End Stacker. So yeah, end game builds are probably more or less going to be the same. Maybe you use like a new skill or something with the new skills. But yeah, Stream Stacker, In Stacker, ES Stacking, PB, they're all going to be exceptional endgame, and they didn't get nerfed pretty much in the slightest. So they're still going to be absolutely insane. If you like finding the builds, yeah, they're still the best endgame builds. As for League starters, at least as of right now, League starters look to be exactly the same as last patch and 3.25 because nothing really changed. The only X factor here is the new Bloodline Ascendancies. Now, these are essentially optional ascendancies that anyone can take in the game, and they do cost your ascendancy skill points. So, for example, you can be a Deadeye, put 6 points into Deadeye, and then put 2 points into the Oshabi Ascendancy. So yeah, they are pretty interesting. We don't really have all of them out. There's going to be 10 of them. We currently only have 3. Right now, they look okay. They don't look too strong. They don't look like, too weak. They just look okay. Definitely will be used in some builds for sure. This is definitely the biggest X factor for League starters to decide, is there going to be like real new viable League starters or...
But can you really call this a League starter though? Like, this is Bloodline Ascendancy. You need to kill the boss. You can't really call it a League starter if you go kill the King in the Mist, can you? Like, that seems like that seems like, yeah, your league has started, bro.
Not. We'll have to wait and see for that. Yeah, besides that, maybe, new potential league start is, of course, like Poison Assassin stuff with Cast on Crit. It does look a little bit potent, but that's pretty much, I would say, for league starters. I don't think there's all that much new, unless, like I said, these Bloodline Ascendancies, which they are going to reveal before the league launch, are, the next 7 ones are pretty insane and build defining. But we'll have to wait and see. But once again, they did say the patch notes were not fully done, so hopefully that means we get a more passive skill changes to make the suppression nerf make sense for Ranger. And hopefully get more Scarab changes so there's more end game and diverse farms. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, right now we're kind of an unknown. We don't really know. Unfortunately, the patch notes once again aren't fully finished on launch, so we don't really know probably until the league start. My current build thoughts, if you're wondering, is Wander. New skill has great potential. KB is also pretty strong. And Venom Gyre or Cobra Lash. These are also pretty strong skills.
Cobra Lash is cool.
As for bows, I'm not really interested in bows once again because Ranger defense was actually just nerfed and bows were already so squishy. The damage is still pretty mediocre. The new skill could maybe be good. They did get a new Tornado skill, which they do showcase in live stream and over here. I don't think Conflagration is that good, but yeah, Wind Burst could be decent. You summon tornadoes, maybe you could overlap and get a lot of damage from this. We'll have to wait and see, but I don't think it's going to be that insane. And then Kinetic Rain looks absolutely busted, and this is a wand skill, and it's one of the main reasons why I might play Wander, but I will wait for the skill gem info. Yeah, that is my current thought. Okay. I think Wander and Venom Gyre or Cobra Lash are pretty top tier starters, and it's definitely one I'm looking forward to. Of course, I'll have my build guides out, I'll have my tier list out, all that before league start. But yeah, overall, I think the mechanic looks extremely fun, and I hope it's very, very rewarding. I think the patches themselves are really mediocre, and I definitely wish they'd done more. I can just hope for that it's just not done, and maybe by next week there's a lot more patches in the patch notes. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that's all for my quick patch TLDR. There is more changes in here, of course. I just think these are the most...
Yeah, it's a bit of an L, I guess. The breach looks cool though, but the rest is like, eh. It's a bit too little, huh? I think. Maybe I'm wrong. That's my take, though. Oh, Methel has one. Let's see what he has to say. Is he gonna just be more of the same, though?
Hey guys, Methel here once again. Keepers of the Flame,
What the
as
fuck?
we just then saw, was announced, and basically Breach 2.0. So I want to do a bit of an overview about the entire thing. It's not going to be a massive overview. There's not too much to go over, I don't think, because it's just some pretty condensed cool shit. Not, vast amounts of stuff out there. But overall, I think it's looking pretty good. We got a few nice surprises, ascendancy stuff, stuff like that. A few new skills and, big look at wanding and all that. And yeah, let's just go over it real quick and see what the new league has in store for us. So, as they started out the trailer, there's apparently Secret Order of...
this is a little bit too yappy.
That,
Yeah, no, we're not watching that. Sorry, Methel. That's too yap. Too yap. Not spending time on that. There's like 30 minutes left. Like, am I just gonna fill it to fill it? We're gonna do something? I don't want to just fill it to fill it. I want it to make sense. But we also can't really start anything. I guess we could bonk, but bonking for like 25 minutes. Like, I just... Bro, somebody has already made a top 6 league starter build. What the fuck? There's no way you know that. Like, that is just the biggest fucking clickbait I've ever seen. There's zero way you could know that. I don't fucking know here, man. I guess we just... What do? Let's see. Is Rex gonna be... Let's see.
All right, so we just watched nearly 3 hours of Path of Exile 1 content.
Let's see if it's
like
just
always,
the same.
Grinding Gear Games is
Like, most of the times when he does this, it's just what's it called? Summary, right? And I'm not super interested in summaries. I would like to hear takes, like with Fubgun. It wasn't just a summary, right? Like he gave some insights, especially on the how much quant you're losing and all of that. That's the shit I want to see. I don't want to see somebody retelling what I just watched. But obviously, it was last night, so people they haven't really had the time to have the shit out yet.
absolutely cooking. They're just dominating as they usually do. It's ridiculous how they keep doing this. So I'm going to go over the presentation and then the Q&A and try to cut through it as fast as we can. So it launches on 10/31.
Yeah,
so,
it's fucking just summary. No, we're not watching that.